first of let's play the sort of regular curve out. We know that if everything goes as it should, major advantage, indeed as it should be, as a reward for going 9-1 across 2 days of competition here. It's getting to go first because Fia is the higher placed player on seeding. But yeah, Matt will have to find ways, hopefully, have some sort of ideas of how we come back from those kind of swings, because Amethyst Steel opens that way very consistently.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And also, speaking of the seeding that you mentioned, for anyone watching who may not be aware, why Fia gets to go first, are you able to speak to that and just explain how that works?
Yeah, so we talked about the points threshold for qualifying for day 2, and then we looked at the final points. You get 3 points for every match you win, 1 point for every draw. The players that after that we've cut to a top 16 are seeded based on the points they've earned. So the more matches you've won, the higher your seeding. The highest seeded player in every match goes first. No more dice rolling at this stage of the competition.
No, exactly. Perfect. Thank you so much for explaining that for anyone who may have been unaware. And we can see we're off to a great start here for Fia with an Olaf helping hand. And then Matt, of course, playing our new Christopher Robin with the underdog ability, able to play that for 1 less ink because he went second.
Yeah, so we've talked about these things that Matt can do to try and gain some advantage or pull back a bit going second. That's certainly among the best ones. You are going to want a Christopher Robin on turn 1. That underdog mechanic helping out in general with these some of this disparity between play draw in some of these mirror matches.
Definitely, and we can see that Pocahontas following the win from Fia, which has been a point of conversation for us because it is an interesting and a new card, but normally not played in these decks, as we were saying before. So it's fun to see that immediately down.
Yeah, we typically see, as we kind of remarked on before, we typically see Calhoun played in that slot, or historically we did. But look at this board state for Matt. He's going to quest with Christopher Robin, and Fia is going to be able to challenge Christopher Robin back with Pocahontas, just as she would have been able to do with a Calhoun, while still having some more options. You potentially can get more out of the Pocahontas in the future. Notable difference will come in the turn following, which is a character like Palace Guard, which wouldn't do any damage to a Calhoun, absolutely will do that remaining 1 point of damage to Pocahontas if Fia chooses to take the challenge that's available here.
Absolutely, and both now have an Olaf helping hand on board, which can, as we've spoken about already multiple times, he's just, he's one of my favorites. He's just such a fun card with such a useful ability, but I'm going to stop myself because, hey, we've got that Genie Magical Researcher making it onto the board rather than into the inkwell.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
As we talked about when we were reviewing the deck lists, this curve of Pocahontas into Genie Magical Researcher, every time you boost Genie, increase its lore value. Increased lore value means not only more when it quests, but more when you target it with your own Pocahontas. It's one of the more stronger proactive lines you can take. I will say that this is one of those matchups where it's not quite as impactful as others, because in general you want to be questing here. Its primary role is to sing Strength of a Raging Fire, as we see that unfold.
It is. Wow, you said it and it happened. Like I was saying earlier, you're like a freaking oracle.
Well, I tell you what, I'll take credit for some good predictions, but predicting a turn 4 Strength for a Raging Fire with a 3-cost from Amethyst Steel, I can't take credit for that one. That one is highly predictable, I would say.
Definitely. That was wonderful. So, yeah, I mean, you're right, though, about that Pocahontas Genie Magical Researcher kind of combo potential there. If you can keep them both on board, there is the potential for a lot of lore to happen. So, but, I mean, obviously now, Genie having sung, it is vulnerable to potential challenging, but...
And it really is that exchange which defines this mirror match. My 3-cost, 3/4 character for an investment of 0 ink removed yours, and you don't have any good available trades in return.
Yeah.
So now Matt on the back foot a little.
but also did manage to replace that Cheshire Cat very, very quickly. And wow, we are seeing the ultimate
Two docks from
bold knight
Fia.
play there. I love that play. It's so fun being able to play a bold knight and be like, I'm not going to do the ability because, hey, I get another one and now I'm going to do it,
Yeah, it's one of those cards that's not very good in multiples, but actually very much not the end of the world. If you do happen to draw two of them, just that 4-ink turn is completely fine of play dock, play a second dock. Now, I wonder what Fia's drawn there from the second dock. What we'd really like to see is a Strength for a Raging Fire.
Definitely.
As Fia says, you know what, it's time to start questing. Questing with Genie, and then with Pocahontas.
Quest with the Pocahontas to go up an extra few lore, up to 5 there. And yes, exactly. It's a Strength of a Raging Fire for Fia at this point would obviously be incredibly helpful because she has so many characters on board, it would be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Fia making a really, really good heads-up choice here in questing with everything. If you're going to quest, when there's a Cheshire Cat active, if you're going to quest with one thing, that generally starts to open up good Cheshire Cat interactions for the opponent, so you might as well quest with all of them. You know that Olaf is going to be exerted because you want to try and incentivize your opponent to trade into it or remove it so that you can return a dock to your hand for future card draw. So Fia saying, you know what, I'm going to make you make some tough decisions about what you challenge into here.
I'm going to give you some options, and you've got to decide. It feels almost like baiting for your opponent.
It's exactly
like,
that.
Hey, I'm going to give you loads of options. What are you going to do? I mean, look, they're all so vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm sure that people will grow tired of hearing me saying it, but it's one of the things I say so much. Make your opponent make hard choices.
Yes.
With the way that Lorcana works, our altering system means that some of the openings for these decks can be very consistent, which means players get very, very well practiced in executing them. If you enable them to, undisrupted, do that every single game, they will do it to a very high standard, I promise you. You must find creative ways of making them make difficult decisions outside of those more standard linear runouts.
Definitely, you are absolutely correct there. Debating here, Matt, is about maybe doing a challenge with the Cheshire Cat. Perhaps maybe he was going to sing something. Having a good think, as we've said multiple times, very important. So much at stake here. And of course, they have more time.
They do.
We have more time on these rounds now. So they have the space to really, really think. And we respect that. We really do. But we're doing 3 damage into the Genie Magical Researcher and finishing it off with the Palace Guard there. So, of course, we have some damage fuel on board now for that Cheshire Cat.
Yes, notably, Matt has played the Genie before making any challenges, which means only 1 ink remaining available this turn. We're not going to see a Cheshire Cat boost, which creates a window for Fia to challenge back into that Cheshire Cat. It's undoubtedly the most important character on Matt's side of the board at the moment.
You are absolutely correct. However, we may see it bounce.
Could be picked up.
With the Olaf that he just deliberately sent into the Pocahontas. Get rid of that Pocahontas, but also, of course, get rid of that Olaf, allowing that ability to bounce a card back to hand. And yes, I did wonder. I thought, hey, you got to protect that Cheshire Cat.
Absolutely. And look at this situation here. Now these boards reasonably equal, but Fia has managed to engineer exactly the situation we just spoke about. You said it was like baiting. It's absolutely what it is. Matt had to take those challenges. The end, even with the Olaf effect returning the Cheshire Cat, leaves a Palace Guard and a Christopher Robin exerted, which means there's a challenge open, a profitable challenge. Fia's Olaf can directly challenge Palace Guard. They will both be banished, and then Fia will get to return one of those docks to hand if she wants to set up some future card draw. So yeah, thinking really well, 2 turns in advance there, and engineering the situation that you want to happen.
Definitely, definitely. So we've got, I think I can see another Cheshire Cat in Matt's hand, perhaps? I'm not quite sure. It's definitely a whisper of some sort.
Yeah, we have the Cheshire Cat that we know was returned last time.
Oh, yes, yes, my gosh, of course it is.
I'm not sure what the other 2 cards are, though. I think there actually might be another one.
You can tell I'm tired. Wow. Literally just saw that Cheshire Cat go back to hand. And now I'm like, he's got a Cheshire Cat in hand. Whoa.
Okay, so Fia going to take the challenge with Doc rather than use the Olaf there, although, of course, Olaf still could challenge Christopher Robin in combination with the other Doc to remove Christopher Robin as well.
Yeah.
Or Olaf with an Angel activation, maybe? multiple
maybe.
options open for Fia.
Exactly, and the thing, you know, sending an Olaf into a character and then the Olaf gets banished and then you're able to bounce your dock back to hand is a incredibly strong play, because then of course you have that option to play the dock again and get the draws. But we're discarding a Palace Guard to deal 2 damage to Christopher Robin, utilizing that Angel ability that we have seen several times over the weekend, has been putting in a lot of work.
And this is an incredible sequencing by Fia. In that position, I would not have had the discipline to do anything other than send Olaf in and bounce a dock back to my hand to set up future card draw. What Fia's done here, really expertly, is set up for the potential of protected herself against the potential of a Demona this turn from Matt. So Matt going into potentially able to ink to 6 and play a Demona this turn. Fia remaining on 1 card in hand. The dock would have left her at 2. And then this board state still plenty of options open for Fia to return the docks next turn instead. We could see an Angel activation, return the Olaf onto the Olaf. Of course, Angel now removed by Strength for a Raging Fire. But yeah, almost hard for me to get all of those thoughts out. But incredibly astute decision making by Fia, and I think great disciplined play.
You are so correct. I definitely wouldn't have had the discipline to
No,
stop that.
but players recognizing that need to remain on a. You want to remain on a low number of cards in hand, but not 0. You need a couple of options, but not too many.
Yes.
Or an opposing Demona is going to end up netting too much for your opponent and not enough for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Checking what's in Matt's discard there. Just, you know, open information, very important. Happy to, you know, you can always ask to check your opponent's discard.
Yep. And you can always do that, and very good for doing things like keeping track of the number of Strength for a Raging Fire that have been played.
Exactly.
Because, yes, that is an important number in these matchups.
Yes, very much so. We've got Yzma, Conniving Chemist come down there. So, again, if she can stay on board, potential to utilize that ability to get some more card draw there for Fia. But we're doing some questing here. She's gone right up to 11 lore now.
Yep. Fia very well ahead in the game. Questing, again, great disciplined decision-making. Questing with 1 dock, not both, means that if Matt wants to take some challenges this turn, only 1 dock available to remove, which means that if the Olaf is indeed challenged, then the ready dock is ready to bounce back to hand. If Fia was to quest with both docks, which might look like the obvious choice, Matt could challenge both of those docks before the Olaf. No bounce value for Fia. So very smart decision-making again.
Agreed. And it is easy often, I think, to just, you know, it's a lot of those cards that have that when they're played ability, and then they're just kind of like a small body on the board. Not always that useful. We've talked a lot about, like, if you have a support character on the board, also you can then, you know, for example, support your Tipo, and then your Tipo can challenge into something and get rid of it. But it can be very easy to just kind of go, oh, I'll just quest with them, and then it doesn't really matter if they go. But I agree with you that I think, you know, so much happened there.
Yeah, we saw
I was just rambling.
We saw the exact exchange play out that we thought was going to happen, which is, again, just reinforces those were the correct decisions made by Fia.
Yes.
Ahead in lore, taking those quests means Matt cannot afford not to challenge the Olaf. The 1 dock ready means it's an easy choice for Fia. As soon as that dock on banish, as soon as the Olaf on banish effect happens, the dock comes straight back to hand. And even though that Yzma is answered, we have a way to draw some more cards next turn through the return dock.
Absolutely, and the Hades there looking for a deal coming down, and Fia accepting to put the card on the bottom of her deck. We've got the Genie down, and then a dock. Get those 2 cards back into hand. Very nice.
Let's boost the Genie.
Boosting the Genie. Very nice immediately. Love that.
It'll be interesting to see. Only 1 card remaining in hand for Matt. I don't think Fia has knowledge of what that card is. So it'll be interesting to see the decision made here about questing with Genie. Fia's going to want to think about getting this game wrapped up as soon as possible. But an exerted Genie into an opposing Genie means that if Matt was to, you know, have a Cheshire Cat in hand, if it's one of the remaining cards, then Fia would, her Genie would end up banished. While the shortcut is, Fia's Genie goes away, Matt's lives.
Yes, exactly, it's
again,
tricky, but we're passing to Matt's turn now.
And it is a Cheshire Cat in hand, and it might be that one from earlier. I can't credit this decision-making enough. So deep in a tournament, it's so easy to make small missteps.
Yes, and we're inking the Cheshire Cat and playing the Demona.
Yep.
There it is. Exert all of Fia's characters, and she gets to add 1 card to hand. But of course, most importantly for Matt, that's 3 cards into hand, 3 fresh cards.
So yeah, Matt has got the better side of Demona here. And especially, we talked about this a bit yesterday, when you play your Demona, you really want to be able to play at least one of the cards you drew right away in these Amethyst Mirrors, because an Elsa for Fia or an opposing Demona resets the number of cards in hand anyway, but an Elsa, for example, to exert Matt's Demona while he's holding 3 cards, turns Demona off for a turn and can be a big swing back in Fia's favor.
Exactly, you are correct there. So, oh gosh, it's just it's tense, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's exciting.
That's a really, really big comeback turn for Matt. Matt now looking in reasonable control of this game and just considering, are we doing some questing? Are we doing some challenging?
Doing some challenging.
To challenge the dock. Now in control of the board and considering, what do we want to do?
So we did some
Genie and Olaf are both challenging Genie.
Yep, get rid of that Genie. We've got that damage there now, which if you can get a Cheshire Cat on board, as we've said, that's great damage fuel.
And what's Matt going to... I think Matt opting to do nothing with the Olaf on banish effect there is a choice, as we've just kind of remarked on. Matt does not want to be on 3 cards in hand, does not want to, in case of an effect that would exert the Demona, and he wants to be able to use that Demona next turn.
Exactly, and so, you know, all of these cards would, you know, bouncing the Genie or the Hades back to hand, of course, then allows you to play them again and get their when played ability. But as you say, you're not always going to want to do that, especially as you know. Yeah, if you have a Demona or whoever with a Stone by Day effect on it.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. More
Absolutely.
to think about.
Yes, and I mean, it's quite incredible sort of how quickly this matchup can flip around. I don't think I could fault a single point in Fia's decision-making, but that turn with Demona has had a huge swing back in Matt's favor. Exerting the board, drawing 3 cards, it does everything you need to do. It means you keep up on resources in hand. It opens up every possible profitable challenge for you. It's an unfortunate turn of events for Fia, but Matt will be very, very happy.
Definitely. We see another Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist there down on Fia's board, and sending the Genie into Matt's Genie, finishing it off and taking the 2 damage. So we have still got this damage fuel on board. Of course, no Cheshire Cat in sight currently, but both have decent hand sizes, so you never know.
Absolutely. Yep. Players now going to put the brakes on a little and start to think very, very carefully about some of these decisions. Every single one of them will matter very, very much. Of course, we are in the single elimination top 16 of this tournament. 1 match loss, your tournament run is over. You win, you continue on to play for all of the top prizing.
Yeah, very, very high stakes here, as we've said today. Huge stakes for these dedicated and strong players in our match 1 of the first round of our top 16 cut here. 53 minutes left on the clock. So
yeah, pretty intense and back and forth game 1.
Yeah.
Matt finding the right number of Demonas in the right order. Again, this is a card that can occasionally be a little bit clunky in multiples, but you just want a nice little bit of breathing room between the 2 of them, and then once your inkwell gets to the sort of size that Matt has now, you'll happily take as many Demonas as you can get.
Oh yes, definitely. And seeing 2 Demonas on board is, yeah, it's a nice sight, to be honest. But we're getting that Genie wish fulfilled there for Fia, grabbing another card into hand, trying to get some more options and decide exactly what the best course of action is here.
Absolutely.
Matt's got a big board.
Yes, and Fia remains ahead on Law. Of course, we do know, let me just refer back to Fia's deck list. We do have 4 copies of Giant Cobra, Ghostly Serpent. This is one of the key points of reach in the deck. If Fia can get to that important threshold of 18 Law, then we reach a point in the game where the Giant Cobra becomes a very, very live draw, threatening to end the game at any point. So we may well see, as Fia slowly makes progress towards that point, just keeping one other card in hand, so there's always something to discard, playing to the out of drawing that Giant Cobra. While Matt is in control of this board, one thing you don't see, any evasives. So
very good point.
No good trades on board for this Genie. Matt now having to desperately search for a Cheshire Cat, maybe, an Elsa.
Strength of a Raging Fire, perhaps.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
options, but if he can find them, that's the... And of course, understandably, had a little laugh together there of like, I think Matt knew, playing that Hades, looking for a deal, that Fia was not going to let him put that character at the bottom of her deck.
And look at Matt now trying to find some answers. We've got lots of lore on board, but Fia, 2 Genies and a Genie that's going to be able to boost. That would be exactly 7 lore. Matt finds no answers in a very big turn. Passes to Fia.
Wow.
Fia going to be able to quest for game.
Oh my goodness. And I love that we're getting some juicy representation for this Genie magical researcher.
Yes.
Finally, having seen it so many times go into
3,
the Inkwell
4,
this
5,
weekend.
6, 7.
There it is. Oh my goodness.
Oh, strength.
There's the strength of
Next card for Matt. Oh, it's a heartbreaker.
Wow. Expertly played from both players there, but wow, you were absolutely correct about Fia making such incredible decisions during that match. As you said, can't fault any of her decisions there.
And Matt found exactly what he needed all throughout that mid to late game. Only in the final 2 turns did the cogs stop turning, needed some really specific answers. Any evasive answer for Genie, or either of the Genies, needed to be able to exert them, any exert effect for the magical researcher. So any Demona would have done it, any Strength would have done it, any Elsa would have done it, any Cheshire Cat would have done it. Did not find any of those cards in 3 draws. Means Fia can quest for exact 20.
Yeah, it is such a tricky situation when you're in that moment of there is these cards that I need right now to be able to bring this back my way. If I don't see them, I'm stuck. And that is the unfortunate situation that Matt found himself in there. And just the satisfaction of that exact number of lore that Fia needed to get to 20 was very nice.
And when you know that exact number was enabled by something like boosting a Genie, if that Genie, we've talked about that why that Genie is fighting for incredibly sought after deck, probably what I would consider the most contested deck slot out of any deck in the entire game. The 3-cost slot in some of these specifically steel decks. 3-cost slot in Amethyst Steel, one of the most varied options you have in any slot in the game. You need reasons for that. If it had been any of the others, Fia would not have been able to win that game.
Absolutely.
It being exactly Genie was exactly correct.
It was just what she needed, and it was, as I said, really wonderful to see some nice action for that card today. So we're going into our second match now. If you're just joining us, we're in our second match of our top 16 cut here with Matt and Fia. And we had a wonderful first game from both these players. So going into our mulligan now.
Yes, and of course we did remark before game 1 about the significant advantage of going first in this mirror match.
Absolutely.
We saw it play out exactly as scripted in game 1. Fia finding that all-important curve of 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, sing Strength on turn 4, in addition to playing something else, which means you can immediately Strength for a Raging Fire your opponent's 3-cost character, which huge, possibly one of the biggest tempo swings in the entire game and entire format at the moment. So this time, let's see if Matt gets to be on the right side of that exchange.
Oh yeah, exactly. And of course, yes, Matt will get to go first now, of course. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to go. And it is also, as you know, we were commenting earlier, because of course now these players are playing with open deck lists. And yes, we have a mirror match here, but they are quite, relatively, they have a lot of differences here, so it is fun to see. It's really interesting to see how each player is playing and the different kind of strategies they're going for with these different cards that they have.
Yeah, it's really interesting, as you say, that the small differences between the two builds of both of these players. Both of them are playing some slightly niche options, but not many, if any, of these cards that we've highlighted are exceptionally good in the mirror match, I wouldn't say. So Matt misses a one-cost character on turn 1, and that is very, very, very relevant. If we do follow that exact sort of linear run out, as we said, of 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop strength, it means that Matt's strength will only be for 3 damage, not 4, which is so critical for reaching that breakpoint for Genie, for Cheshire Cat, whatever it is.
And we did just see he got that Strength of a Raging Fire into his hand on that card draw there. So you're exactly correct, and that is exactly one huge reason for a Steel deck to be incredibly disappointed if it doesn't get that very first 1-drop. But we see that GG Best in Snow coming down there, a card that we've talked about quite a lot. I really love this card, and good to deal with the potential Genie Wish Fulfilled that Fia may now play, or on the next turn may play as an evasive character. But we've got that Cheshire Cat come down there.
Sophia finding a rare occasion when you feel completely comfortable playing a Cheshire Cat on turn 3, going second in this mirror match. Typically you would be thinking, okay, that GG is going to be exerted to sing Strength for a Raging Fire and remove Cheshire Cat. To enable that, Matt would need 2 characters that cost 2 or less. Although, with all of that said, Gigi and Calhoun between them represent 2 of the best characters you could have in play for disincentivizing Fia from questing.
Agreed, because of course you don't want to let that Calhoun happen, but I think Fia, she's chosen to quest with her Christopher Robin, get that 2 lore, and she may just be thinking, well, hey, he's probably going to go anyway at some point, so I might as well get some lore from him.
I think it might be another fantastic example of Fia thinking 2 turns ahead on quest with Christopher Robin, offer the incredibly good exchange with Calhoun. Obviously, Matt very interested in that, going to be able to remove it without Calhoun taking any damage and gaining 2 lore in the exchange. However, an exerted Calhoun means a profitable Cheshire Cat boost, a challenge and then boost for Fia.
Absolutely, and we can see that Matt chose not to do that challenge there and get rid of the Christopher Robin. Of course, saying, the Calhoun would have not lasted very long, I think, especially because 2 Captain Hooks on board, of course, with challenge 2, so be able to take out that Calhoun, no problem. Yeah,
Matt not taking the bait this time, even though it, as we say, a very, very appealing
very
exchange.
Tempting.
Now let's see. I don't think Fia would be waiting and thinking this hard if she did indeed have a Strength of a Raging Fire. That would be exactly what you need. Again, setting the same trap once again. If it's good last turn, it's good this turn.
Exactly. But we got that Yzma Conniving Chemist down. Again, didn't last very long last game, but maybe she'll pull through for this one. Who knows?
No, Matt desperately hoping to have an Elsa this turn to exert that Yzma and be able to take a profitable trade.
Oh, a Hades. A Hades instead, looking for a deal. Chosen Yzma.
And this one's actually quite a tough choice for
Fia.
It is. Could let this one go. If you give Matt the option to draw, reasonably strong chance of Matt drawing. This is what often happens, right? Is you choose, do I want my character removed or do I want to give you the draw of removal?
It's a bad deal. It's a bad deal. Either way, it's bad. And it's because Hades doesn't offer good deals.
Yeah, Hades is not in the business of offering good deals.
But she did go for it, and then we see that Strength for a Raging Fire being sung by Gigi, as you suspected. And got rid of that Christopher Robin finally.
Yeah, so now there are some good challenges open for these Captain Hooks, but as the last characters that Fia has in play, they don't even look that good, even when they're trading up into a Calhoun.
Unfortunately not. It's really swung in Matt's direction here, but we do see there's that Pocahontas come down, followed by a dock, which we love to see. No cards in hand to discard. Just grab those 2 extra card draws. Very, very nice.
It's really interesting as well to watch out, to watch some of the ways that this plays out with interactions between cards like Hades looking for a deal and Demona. We think
Yes.
sometimes they can be a little awkward in how they play with one another. Do you really want to curve Hades into Demona? Do you want to draw 2 cards the turn before you draw cards up to 3? Do you want to overfill your hand? And you create in a mirror match where both players are trying to have the option to do things like that. It makes all of the decision making very, very difficult. There's no real right answer to a lot of these choices.
Yep, and we got a hard cast of a Strength of a Raging Fire there. I think it was hard cast to get rid of that Pocahontas, and then quested with Genie and Hades, I think.
Is Matt out of cards now? I don't see Matt's hand here on camera.
Me neither. I think he might not have anything in hand. I think you're right.
Matt well ahead on board, but being the first one to run out of cards is not great. Obviously, we are, we're talking about cards like Demona, which typically in a spot like this, Fia would be interested in playing, but with your opponent empty-handed, you basically say, you can't play your Demona, or I'll draw 3 and get to play them before you do.
Oh, yes, and another Pocahontas down there for Fia, and chose not to quest, which I completely understand, because of course, if you quest, then you're letting your characters be available for challenging, and of course, then generating damage for that pesky Cheshire Cat to be able to use.
The amount of questing that Cheshire Cat alone prevents is incredible. You will see so many boards where if you ever look at a game state in Lorcana and ever find yourself asking the question, why did one player not quest?
That's probably why.
See how many Cheshire Cats are on the other side of the board? I bet it's a non-zero number.
You're so correct. And we see Strength of a Raging Fire there from Fia to get rid of that Yzma, which I think that was the exact play that Matt did before. And also getting rid of that Christopher Robin with the Pocahontas there. So there is some damage now on board, but it's just a little one. Just a little one. So not a huge amount of fuel for Matt.
No. I wonder what those last cards in hand are for Fia. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them was the Demona, and it's not being played for the exact reason we just discussed.
Yes, yeah. Will not be surprised at all. Another Yzma come down. Little chuckle there from both of them, I think. Oh, get rid of your Yzma. Oh, I've got another one. That's fine. So another Yzma there.
The second one tends to be a lot harder to answer than the first.
Oh, yes, yes. And Matt shooting up to 10 lore there versus Fia's 4. So not the best position for Fia to be in currently, but they both still have decent boards.
They do. Yeah, it's still pretty reasonably frozen game state as we see Fia ink a Demona not being played, presumably for the exact reasons we've just discussed.
Yes, exactly. Don't want to give Matt that hand advantage. Of course, would be able to draw 3 if she played her Demona now.
Again, that's one of these sort of sub-games, mind games going on between these players at all times, is balancing cards in hand versus cards in play. You want to be able to engineer your own, make Demonas as strong as they can be for you and as weak as they can be for your opponents. And those are both the Demonas you play and the Demonas they play. Constant back and forwards in decision making.
Absolutely, absolutely. Having a think here, I mean, for both these players, it is a difficult position to be in currently. Especially, I mean, Matt having no draw power, nothing currently in hand, but of course also for Fia having, versus quite a difficult board to deal with.
Yeah, and that's a tough pass of the turn for Fia there.
Yeah.
With, Matt, as you said, not having many cards, but,
But
drawing something to draw some cards.
Clearly I spoke too soon. Got that dark to get those 2 cards into hand.
Yeah,
now,
and the activation of Yzma is available here as well. So
yes, of course.
How many cards can Matt ink? How many cards can Matt play? How many cards can Matt draw from Yzma?
So inking that magical researcher and... Yep, going for the Yzma ability.
Yep, drawing up to 3 with Yzma, so taking 2 new cards.
Okay, I really, really want to know what those cards are.
Yes.
Boosting the Cheshire Cat to move that damage. Whoa, got rid of 2 out of 3 of Fia's characters there. And also got his own Christopher Robin down on board.
Yeah, so a turn where you go from no cards in hand to play a dock, activate a Yzma. It's about as impactful as you might imagine in a mirror match like this, and you can clearly see that story being told by both the lore totals and the game state on the board right now. 2 cards in hand for Matt, way ahead on board, way ahead on lore. I'm not too sure what Fia needs to draw here to get back into this one.
Really tricky, and of course we were thinking, well, hey, you know, Matt going into this game gets to go first, but of course missed that first 1-drop character on the first turn, but it clearly didn't matter in the end because you know, swung it back incredibly well here.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think how different do you think it would have been if it had been Fia going first in this match?
Well, it's an interesting point you raise. I mean, that missed 1-drop on turn 1 for Matt was it was relevant, but it didn't end up mattering too much because we didn't see the exact sequence that we thought play out. I don't think there was a Strength for a Raging Fire available as early as we wanted it to be anyway, so didn't end up having too much of an impact on the matchup. I think that, you know, the player going first is reasonably favoured, and it's not just because you get to be the first to go 1, 2, 3 Strength. You also get to be the first to Demona. You also get to be the first to, you know, you get to play your Elsa. You play your first Genie, then you play your Elsa or Cheshire Cat after that to take a positive trade into something the opponent has. Many, many advantages in a mirror match. Well, as you might expect, when both players are functionally playing the same deck, there isn't too much to differentiate them. So small differences like who goes first and who goes second end up becoming really, really big differences.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we see Demona going into the Inkwell there for Matt to play that Elsa, exert the Genie, and then we're going to do the 2 damage into it. So they both now have the 2 damage, but of course,
let's boost the Cheshire
we got
Cat.
the Cheshire Cat there. So finish off
indeed.
that Genie and refresh that Elsa. She's nice and unharmed now.
Yeah, and getting to take a second activation with Yzma in 2 consecutive turns. I would love to see some data on the number of games that have ever been lost after activating the same Yzma twice. I bet it's not many.
Oh, yes. It's not something you see very often, to be honest, because normally that Yzma is gone pretty quickly. And there is the scoop from Fia. Unfortunately, not much she could do there. Wow, what a game from both these players. But yeah, Matt just so much advantage there, regardless of the fact that he had an empty hand first. It's, yeah. Really, really, really interesting game.
Yeah, 2 very, very different games we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Being decided by very, very different factors in both of them. Both players, as you might expect at this level of a tournament, making very, very sharp decisions and not letting the fatigue of 2 long days of play get into them too much. So yes, some really, really high quality gameplay. Of course, let's presume Fia going to be feeling pretty good about getting to go first again in a game 3.
Oh, yes, definitely, definitely here. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, it's a long weekend. It's a long day for these players. They put in so much time and energy. I mean, they've done 10 rounds so far already over the 2 days. I mean, I can't do it. It's too much for my little brain. So really, huge props to all of the players that we have had here this weekend and that we still have now in this top 16. Very, very impressive. And yeah, agreed. Like, just stellar players here. Really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's always an interesting dynamic to watch play out, which is that in theory, as these tournaments go on, the very, very best players on the weekend will rise to the top and you will see a higher quality of game. However, the fatigue is not to be understated. It is very, very hard to make so many difficult decisions, so many rounds in a row over 2 days. I don't know about you. Yesterday, I got back to the hotel and just talking about the game for that long, I was exhausted.
Me too. My eyelids were so heavy. So yeah, truly. I mean, I've already made multiple mistakes in this during this match, but here we are going into our match 3. If you're just joining us, match 3 of our top 16 feature here.
And we see one of the really, really important cards for Matt going second. Got that Christopher Robin, the Amethyst underdog character. So we know that even though Matt at a slight disadvantage in this game, there's a good way at least to make it up. Can't see too much about Fia's hand now.
No, close to her chest, which is totally fair. You know, you wanna keep that under wraps. But having a nice chat here.
Yeah, players seem to be in good spirits, which is really nice. It
Yeah.
does get a little bit intense at this point in the tournament. Of course, you want to
Do well.
You want to be as competitive as you can be. You want to take this very seriously. You want to maintain a clear head, but still taking some time to have fun with each other is exactly what we want to see.
Definitely love it. And I think here, Fia choosing not to mulligan any of her cards in her hand.
Keep 7.
Yeah, which I mean, personally for me, if my opponent says I'm going to keep all 7, I get scared because I think, well, hey, okay, you've got like the perfect hand that you want right now.
Absolutely,
and that's scary to me.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun to see this play out. So we've got her playing her Olaf helping hand, of course, a very very strong card straight there. So
let's assume that with keeping 7, Fia has a 1-cost character, something good that costs 2, a 3-cost character and a strength, and some inkable cards to support those. This is one of those decks where its best draws, there's not too much difference between, like, it's very, very, it executes its 1, 2, 3, 4 plan very, very consistently. And outside of that, often you'll look at your hand and just think, if I alter some of these cards and send them back, how much can my hand really improve? And the answer is often not much, but you might introduce extra risk by sending back inkable cards during some uninkables, and suddenly your great hand becomes much worse.
You're exactly right. It's happened to all of us. It really has happened to me many, many times. But we see that Pocahontas, that reliable Pocahontas there, 2-drop for Fia already, which is nice to see. Isn't it familiar at this point, I feel?
Absolutely, yeah. So very, very similar opening to the game for Fia as game 1, which will not...
exactly the same, I think.
Absolutely, which is not bad news at all, given how that game turned out.
Yeah, definitely.
But this time, Matt picking up a lot of the pieces required to stay highly competitive. We see a Genie follow up for next turn, as well as a Strength of a Raging Fire. Matt having just about the best opening you can have, going second here.
Very much so. Definitely being able to have 4 on board. But yeah, oh.
Now Fia creates an incredibly tough choice for Matt. He absolutely wants to play a Genie next turn. However, the Cheshire Cat has been removed while Fia's played a Yzma. That Yzma cannot activate, or Fia will run away with the game. Matt is about to be priced into hard casting a Strength of a Raging Fire for 3 on Yzma.
Not what you want, unfortunately. And I did see that he does have a strength in hand. So, yeah, very difficult decision for Matt here to make. What's the best play? I don't know what I would do in this situation.
It's difficult. Well, it's going to have, Strength of a Raging Fire is damage-based. The turn will have to start by hard casting it before you take any challenges.
There it is. Yep, you are correct. Hard cast it. Get rid of that Yzma. Get out.
Simply cannot afford to let that one activate, I don't think.
No, I
think
don't
it's the
blame
right
him.
choice.
Don't blame him at all. But yeah, really tough now because, of course, don't have enough ink to now play a 3 or 4 drop character that you might have wanted to play on this turn, such as your Genie wish fulfilled.
Yeah, so this is going to simplify the board state significantly. Let's assume that Matt's going to take 2 profitable trades here with Olaf and Captain Hook before, well, we could potentially challenge the Olaf with Christopher Robin as well, which would survive. Captain Hook going to Quest. I think Matt might be opting here to trade into Pocahontas, return Captain Hook, and make sure he has an inkable card next turn. 2 Genies in hand for Matt. Doesn't want to miss ink. Would rather have that Captain Hook in hand.
Completely understandable. You're very correct there. I think that was
replay
a... Or just replay it, because sure, why not?
Yeah, and I mean, of course, that is a very valid decision, because even if Matt draws an uninkable card at the start of next turn, he gets 1 extra draw from playing the Genie, which is probably how things will go.
You're right. Yeah. So got rid of Fia's Olaf. Also, then getting rid of that option for her in her turn to banish the Olaf herself to bounce a useful card, because the only card that she had on board was the Magical Researcher Genie, which is not particularly useful to bounce to your hand.
And what could this final card in Fia's hand be? What card would lead you to ink a Demona on turn 5? I would expect anything else to be inked, ready to set up for Demona next turn. It's got to be a Dock or a second Demona for my money.
I was going to say, I reckon probably a second Demona, but yeah, we will see, we will see. But boosted that Genie and quested there for that extra lore. So we're on 5 lore for Fia and 1 for Matt so far. Is that also being inked, that Demona?
That is being inked,
Woof.
yep.
We're seeing a lot of Demona ink happening here.
Yeah. So Matt wanting to keep that hand count as low as possible. Of course, the second genie makes that a little harder. Now the board state's completely stable between the two players.
Yeah.
A genie
Identical.
each. Let's see how much that can change if Fia indeed does find a Demona or a Yzma.
Yzma. Okay.
So the question is, what could Matt have here to effectively answer that Yzma right away? Again, Strength or a Raging Fire won't do it this time. We'd need to have an Elsa so that Genie and Elsa could challenge between them. A Demona wouldn't do it because it would only exert the Yzma, not enough challenging power. Matt, I don't think has an answer, which is a big turn for Fia.
That is rough. But going to quest there up to 3 for Matt. And pass turn to Fia, and she still has that Yzma.
A small smile on Fia's face there as we say, you know, we saw how the last game went for Matt. An activation of Yzma is tough to come back from. Cheshire Cat gonna, so we challenge with the Genie first. We Cheshire Cat boost to move the damage. That means Fia's Genie undamaged. Matt's now banished. 1 card in hand for Fia. Let's activate and draw 2 more.
Wow. There it is. That was a huge turn, I feel. Huge turn.
That's one of the things about this Yzma Conniving Chemist. It's very vulnerable on the turn it's played. Of course, there are a number of things in this matchup that can banish it before it gets a chance to draw cards. If you ever ready with it, it's very hard for the opponent to come back from.
Yeah, and she's got now another Olaf helping hand on board, which potentially, I mean, has lots of uses for that Olaf, as we've talked about over the weekend. And then we see that double dock play again from Matt. Really nice. Get that Calhoun, then a dock, and then another dock for the ability to draw those 2 cards.
So plenty of characters in play for Matt now, which is fantastic, building a nice wide board out of nowhere. However, as we remarked on in the last game, how many games do you lose when you activate Yzma twice?
Yep.
And Fia now playing the exact turn Matt did.
Gosh.
Draw, dock, play dock, draw 2, ink, play some cards, activate Yzma, draw 3.
Wow.
It is an incredibly strong turn for Fia. We don't know exactly what's drawn off the dock yet. However, in this position, there aren't too many things you could draw that would be bad.
No, you're absolutely right here. Wide board now for Fia. Matt, unfortunately, on a bit of a back foot.
Yes, and it's sort of finding an angel as well, so even more ways to keep the hand empty. Of course, it's going to be tough to remove the Calhoun now.
Yes, of course. Can't challenge any of Matt's characters because, of course, all currently ready. But
Fia would love to find a way to protect this Yzma for 1 more activation, which is, I mean, if 2 activations wins you a lot of games, 3, I think, the odds must be even wilder. I'm not sure there's going to be any effective way to protect it this time. It's more than likely going to be a direct trade with Matt's Calhoun.
Yes, I think
Unless...
you're probably... Oh, my goodness. Okay, getting rid of that Genie there. Problem, you know, she's got no evasive on board currently, I think. Oh, no, she has her 1 Genie, sorry.
Yep.
Yes, she has her 1 Genie. Bit of a glare on there, I couldn't quite tell. Yeah, but... still hard to get rid of because, of course, with that stat line, doesn't do a huge amount.
Yeah, so could have opted to take the Calhoun there to remove the incredibly good direct trade between Calhoun and Yzma. But again, it's more fantastic decision-making from Fia. Recognizing now, you know what? Take that trade with Calhoun into Yzma.
Yeah.
My board is incredibly wide and I've got lots more resources. I've got an active Olaf to start bouncing this dock, which is ready. I can draw cards in more ways than that. Plus, I have an angel to start taking some really, really good exchanges on the way back. Don't need to worry about investing too much into protecting the Yzma. No, Demona,
absolutely.
A strong option for Matt for sure.
Yes, very much so. Get those cards out. Got a Captain Hook there. Fia did allow Fia to draw 1 card, but could have been worse. Yeah, but you're so right. I think, you know, the baiting, again, I'm going back to, you know, baiting Matt with that, you send your Calhoun, do that trade, because then, of course, the Calhoun also goes.
Yep.
So, and Fia would still have a huge board that's very, very difficult for Matt to deal with at this point.
It's one of the biggest differentiating skills between top players, and one of the hardest things to practice and develop over time is this: when you start to understand when it's the right time to make a decision that doesn't look great on paper but absolutely is the right choice in the long term of the game. Offer those incredibly strong exchanges because you want your opponent to take them. We used to have a saying, those of us that used to play a lot of green-purple pre-rotation, people ask the question, how do you clear a board? The answer is, I clear a board with my opponent's copies of Be Prepared. I dictate exactly when they play it, when I can get the most out of it. And it's the same sort of principle here.
Yes, absolutely. I love that. So readying up here for Fia. And we're going to see. She's got 4 cards in hand. There is still so much potential here for what could happen. And we've got 21, just over 21 and a half minutes left on the round. So they've got plenty of time to think it through in our 3rd match here of this round at the CCQ in Leicester. So, going to have a good think. We respect that. We really do. High stakes here.
Yeah, no rushing now.
Questing with the genie. Popping up.
So again, even with those incredibly powerful turns that Fia had, look at the board again. We're reasonably equal. These boards, this matchup goes back and forward. A single misstep could cost you the game, even when you appear to be very far ahead. Wow, wow, wow.
My goodness.
What a sequence.
1, Captain Hook. 1, Olaf. 2, Pocahontas. 2, Doc. Get those 2 cards in my hand. Yes, please. Wow. That was crazy.
And what will we see now? Let's play something, maybe ink something, activate Yzma, draw 3.
Oh, wow. Palace Guard down. This board, she's got 10 characters on board right now.
Oh, discard to Angel to remove that dot. Why not?
Wow, just because you can, Fia.
And not even drawing 3 with Yzma. Why worry about it? Just quest for 2.
Yeah.
We're so close to ending the game. Let's make it a certainty.
There is not a huge amount Matt could do at this point to deal with Fia's board enough. Because,
there we go.
Wow.
What a game.
What a display. Absolutely incredible gameplay there from both players. Really strong players. Well done to both of them.
Really.
But absolutely such a good win for Fia there. Really, really incredible display.
Really impressed by what I saw there.
Yeah, really, really fun. And also, for a mirror match, it was so interesting to watch it.
Yeah.
Like, it's so much fun. I mean, how do you feel? I mean, how do you feel about this matchup and about these players and how they did there? Like you said, in that first game especially, you can't really fault a lot of Fia's decisions there, and it just kind of felt like that way the whole round, to be honest.
Absolutely. I think that you couldn't point to a single choice there that felt anything other than fantastic.
Yeah.
All of the decision-making was razor-sharp all the way through by both players, actually, I would say.
Yes, I agree.
And I think across those 3 games, and we've seen some other instances of this mirror match in previous rounds, we have now seen, I would say, the measure of what that mirror match looks like, what the points are that differentiate it, what the different builds do. And I think we can have a little look, now that we've finished that game, let's have a little look at our top 16 player bracket and see our top 16 standings, rather, and we can go back to a full picture of what the breakdown of decks looks like, because I've just remarked on how we don't have, that is our last possible mirror match of Amethyst Steel. We will not see that again, because Fia advances to become the last remaining Amethyst Steel player in this bracket.
Incredible display. So yes, we have our top 16 cut here at the CCQ in Leicester. So we've just seen our second place currently was going into this top 16. We had Fia in second place, who we've just seen on Amethyst Steel. As you say, now the last remaining Amethyst Steel player that we have here this weekend. Unfortunately, Matt losing out there. But we've got Jake Knowles here also right at the top on the Sapphire Emerald, which we have seen do a lot this weekend.
We have. And this, there's a really, really interesting story around the Sapphire Emerald deck, which is, as much as we love to highlight new cards and highlight decks that have massively evolved from the introduction of a new set in the early stages, there's a very important lesson for the community here, which is that while you are looking at decks that gain a lot, exciting new things, I'm thinking about Dogs, I'm thinking about Amethyst Sapphire, good decks that gain increased tools, Sapphire Emerald doesn't gain too much.
No.
Some people playing a couple of copies of Chernobog, but you have to keep in your mind, if it was good last set, it's probably good again. And the conditions for Sapphire Emerald to shine are still present.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, of course, we also have a high representation for our Amber Emerald
Yes.
Chromodogs here. And third place currently, we have that deck. And as we have talked about and mentioned a few times, the DLC in Melbourne over this weekend did win with an
Absolutely.
Amber Emerald Chromodogs player. So unsurprising to see
Absolutely.
several of those decks still in our top 16 here.
And there's a narrative around this deck that I'm going to challenge our production to see if they can keep up with me with. I want to have a look at the evolution of the metagame from day 1 to day 2 to the top 16. Let's go back to day 1. Here's what we went through yesterday. Let's look at the breakdown of how many players were on each deck. Amber Emerald is what we're focusing in on here. 21 players in the total field of 237 on day 1, our third most represented deck. So, you know, it's about 10% of the field here, just under 10%, 9%, let's say, of the total day 1 field. Let's see how that changed on day 2.
Wow.
Becomes 7 of 52, so we're advancing. We're creeping up. Trying to do quick math in my head. It's somewhere like 15 to 17% or something around there.
I'm bad at math, so I'm not gonna.
Proportion. Oh, wait, no, it's not that high, but it's higher than 10.
yeah.
Proportionally, it grows to a higher share of the metagame. 7 players out of 52 in day 2. Now let's jump back to our top 16 standings.
Absolutely. This is, it's just.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 in our top 16. 4 of the 7 players that made day 2 advanced to top 16 with this deck. So in terms of, so production just confirmed 13% in day 2. Nearly.
Thank you very much.
Nearly. Nearly
You
had
were
it.
very close. Well done.
I nearly had it. But look at this increase in conversion. Now it goes from under 10% of day 1 to 13% of day 2 to 25% of the top 16. Incredible conversion and storyline for Amber Emerald Dogs.
Truly, truly. So, yes, we are, of course, we've just had the top 16 cut, so we will be moving on shortly. And I'm also really keen to see if our only remaining Sapphire Steel player, Adam Roper here, I'm really excited to see if he's still there.
Yeah, I want to know how Adam got on. Yes, it's... Yeah, Adam, a player that I've known for a long time,
Yes.
and always a nice face to see around these tournaments. And, you know, the Sapphire Steel, they're a very, very strong community and family. They will all be behind Adam, and for their sake, I do hope he has advanced in the tournament.
But we will see shortly. So, I think we are not too far from being able to go into our next round. Of course, when it gets to this point in the tournament, there are a little bit more, it takes a little bit more time, and then we've got longer rounds as well. So I think there might still be a couple of matches still playing.
Yes.
But of course, we will go to our next round whenever we can. But as we've talked about multiple times, a lot on the line. Incredible prizing this weekend, of course. That European Championship invite being, I think, the top thing that these incredible players are fighting for. But yes, so to recap, especially if you're just joining us, I know that a lot of the Americans will be waking up around about now. Our 9th to 16th players will get a 1 booster display and the Illumineers Quest sleeves, absolutely gorgeous sleeves.
Yes, and moving on up 5th to 8th, we'll receive 2 booster displays, Mulan Promo, Event Playmat, and Illumineers Quest sleeves.
3rd and 4th players will get all of the above. Also, in addition, that Simba promo, the Simba and the Mulan promo in that top left, absolutely gorgeous. And a £250 travel bursary to their next tournament.
Yeah, 2nd place, that travel bursary increases to £500, so that should get you well on your way to your next DLC. 2 booster displays. Elsa joins the lineup of DLC promos that you'll be taking home today, and as well as the Event Playmat and IQ sleeves.
Incredible. And of course, our first place today, our first place champion will get all of these prizes. The travel bursary increases to £1,000. Incredible. They get their invite, all-important invite to the Lorcana European Championship. And of course, they get a wonderful trophy.
Very, very nice indeed.
Isn't it so pretty? I love it so much, courtesy of our wonderful hosts, Axion now. So, just another little bonus that these players are working for today.
I do really think there is a lot to be said for having a very, very nice physical reminder of your great tournament run as well.
Yes.
Just something to put on the shelf. And, you know, we have great trophies on offer at DLC events. I'm sure, you know, Continentals as well will offer incredible things of that like. But, yeah, having a trophy like this for a CCQ is a really, really nice touch, I think. And, yeah, something nice to take home.
100% agreed. And I think they also, because we've had some other events going on today as well, such as the Infinity Format Tournament. And I do believe there are also trophies for those, the winners of those formats as well, which is really, really cool. Just that extra special thing that Axion now like to do, as it's such pillars in the community of TCGs, run just wonderful events that they run. So yes, we will be throwing to a break now, just a short break, so please stay with us. Thank you so much for being here, and we will be going into our next round very, very shortly, and I'm very excited. So, see you very soon.
See you soon.
Illumineers to our CCQ here in Leicester. I am joined again by the lovely but also villainous Baker.
I was going to say lovely. I don't think is the best descriptive word.
But be lovely and villainous at the same time.
A lovely villain, but you're very kind. Good to be back with you. This will be our final round together because me and LD will be doing the semis, and then we've got you and LD on the finals. Very much looking forward to that. But it's been great working with you. It's been a pleasure, and thank you to everyone that's been joining us over the course of the weekend. It's been very exciting.
It has been absolutely wonderful. What a crazy weekend we've had, and that top 16 match alone was such an interesting watch, and I'm really excited to go into our top 8 now. We're getting there. We're almost there. This is crazy. So here we have our current top 8. As you can see, we had just seen Thea White there in the top 16 match. It was a mirror match, Amethyst Steel, but she came out on top.
She was second seed as well overall.
Yeah.
It's been a really wonderful weekend of Lorcana for her. And
absolutely.
Yeah, going up against Johannes on that Dogs deck. Purple Steel I would lean in the favour of, but you never know. Johannes may have some tricks up the sleeve. Moving up the bracket, we've got a player whose name we have not been given a correct pronunciation for.
I believe it's
have you?
Sizzy.
Sizzy?
Sizzy.
Sizzy.
LD knows them.
We're getting thumbs up, so Sizzy is apparently correct.
Yeah, I really hope that we've pronounced your name correctly. Apologies if we have not. Yes, versus Luke Weather there.
Another Blurple deck coming in clutch. What's up the bracket, Jen?
We've got Alfie Adams on Amethyst Amber versus Kyle Wilson on our infamous Sapphire Emerald there.
Absolutely, and right at the top, the exact same matchup, but the icon switched around a little bit. Jake Knowles on Emerald Sapphire versus Luke Smith on Amethyst Amber, and that is going to be the match that we're going to start off with for our top 8 feature. Let's head over to a little screen to look at the deck list, because as you know, we are now in open deck list format. That means when the players sit down, they are presented with a piece of paper with their opponent's deck list on it, and they're giving 5 minutes to take a look through, so there will be no surprises. Take a look at this list, Jen. What stands out for you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the immediate thing for me is that Bagheera, which I did see just before we jumped back on the stream here. I got really excited just because, Bagheera as a character, I really love. He's one of my favorites. But I just was really surprised to see a Bagheera.
He's a big boy. He's
a 4/4.
3 cost 4/4.
Yeah, 3 cost 4/4.
Absolutely, which is a great stat line.
Yeah. So that was the immediate thing that jumped out at me. How about you? What's catching your eye?
I mean, I'm half with you. It'd be great to see Bagheera get some value, but overall, you see the 2 copies of the Iago Stomping Mad down there, a 2-cost Inkable with a 0/2 stat line, but gets Challenger 5 when challenging. So just a little stomping beat stick to take out some of those bigger bodies. But yeah, this has been a popular deck over the course of the weekend. Fun fact, purple cards are good. Amethyst is a very strong colour. We're playing the likes, of course, the Cheshire Cat, who's been staple over the weekend. We've got those evasive packages like Dumbo and Genie. We're even playing the new Sven Leaping Reindeer, who has certainly leaped into relevance over the course of this weekend with that Challenger 3 evasive and Rush on a 4-cost character, which, of course, this deck kind of similar to Blurple in the way that they can cheat in higher cost characters. Obviously, Blurple will look to ramp with cards like Saudi Azura C and Tipo and Cinderella, etc., etc. Whereas here, we are playing cards like Lantern, which is a very old school item, reprinted in Fabled, but also the newest toy, Grandmother Willow. Is she even here? I'm not seeing her.
I don't think
she's not even here. I know she's in one of the other lists, so that's interesting right off the bat. No Grandmother Willow in here, but we still got the Lantern to be able to cheat in those 4-cost characters on turn 3, and that one of Ohana Means family, Jen.
Yes, I was surprised to see just one of it, but at the same time, it's understandable, but also not. I don't know. I think
it's situational.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have some big bodies here.
Yeah, but if you don't anticipate necessarily there being that much damage left on all your characters, then I think I said this yesterday, it is, as you say, it's very situational. If you don't have that damage there,
Yeah.
then it's not really useful.
For sure. We're not playing
yeah.
like Madam Mim Elephant. Our biggest bodies are things like Demona. We do have that one of Ursula Whisper of Vanessa, which I think is a very, very cool card. 5 cost, you can boost 1, and then that makes it a quest for 3 evasive character. And of course, one of the other advantages, Jen, of playing Amber along with the Lanterns is you get to run cards like the old school World's Greatest Criminal Mind to banish a character of 5 strength or more. And of course, we've got the Lenwi in here as a 1-drop with support that can put more characters into that range, but also that came in set 10, the Horseman Strikes, one of the most consistent, simple answers to some of the most must-answer cards in the format. Prince Philip, Genies, Dumbos, all them evasives. Horseman Strikes is here to serve.
That pesky pumpkin.
That pesky pumpkin. What a great phrase.
I love it.
I'm stealing that. Let's take a look at the opponent's deck list, though. So Luke Smith taking yellow-purple into Jake Knowles. We've got some Emerald Sapphire. Once again, this is open deck list format, and that really changes the trajectory of the match.
It does.
When you know exactly what's coming, there are no surprises. One card I forgot to mention the previous list was Bell Accomplished Mystic. Not a card we see all the time, and certainly a card that I imagine caught some people off guard this weekend. Not everyone playing around it the way they normally would, but Jake knows that card is in the deck. But let's look at Jake's list here, Jen. What do you think? What are you seeing?
Absolutely. I mean, we've got the very, very clear and obvious choice when you're playing Emerald is we've got that Malicious, Mean and Scary and Prince Philip combo. So, of course, opponent is not going to be surprised by that. It's having obviously seen the deck list, but also it's pretty easy to kind of guess, I think, generally. You're expecting that combo if you see someone's playing Emerald, and then obviously, especially if you see that small Prince Philip Royal Explorer come down. But yeah, I mean, I'm also really excited to see this Stopped Chaos in its Tracks card.
Absolutely.
Which I must admit, I was like, wait, which one is that? And I had to check it because I was like, not expecting to see that.
Yeah,
but
it's
a fun one.
Comes up every now and then in the Emerald Sapphire decks. An 8-cost Inkable Sing Together 8, so you can use multiple characters to exert to pay the cost to sing this song. Return up to 2 chosen characters of 3 strength or less, each to their player's hand. Some situations where you might bounce one of your own characters, like we're playing 3 copies of Hades Infernal Schemer, who resetting that to play that again and get that, is there a downside to this ability, is pretty cool, but obviously against aggro or just anything annoying like Dumbos, etc., it's a great tempo card. So I'm imagining it's going to be impactful in this match. Again, this is top 8. These players have gone through 10 rounds of Swiss and then a top 16 game to get to where they are. So you've got to assume that these players know what they're doing. One off Bend to My Will in there as well is one that I'll be interested to see if it comes up.
Absolutely.
Again, that's like we talked about the Ohana Means Family, right? If you draw a lot with that, but then they play Bend to My Will, maybe it's not worth it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
You're correct, yeah.
But these are the lists. They look spicy. They look good. I want to see the players that are piloting these decks, and here they are. Oh, they're already off to the races. Goodness me.
Oh, my goodness. Very excited. Right. I don't know what was happening there.
Yeah, it seems that they might have actually just finished game 1 already.
Okay.
Well, at least we get to come in from the beginning of game 2. We'll find out who won that one. Apologies for that, people watching at home, but hopefully we'll be able to get at least 1 more or 2 more games out of this.
That's okay. I think there was just a slip of communication there, but that's okay. So we've had that for that game 1, it seems, for Jake and Luke already, which we unfortunately missed. Although their time hasn't started, so maybe they were just doing some sort of
pre-game
friendly practice. I don't know, but we'll see. We're just I think we're just about to find out what was happening.
60 card pack rush. That's what they were doing, and it just so happened that they pulled all the cards that they needed from their core constructed deck. Apologies for that, people watching at home, but hopefully we'll get 1 or 2 more games out of this, and we do have a backup match as well, which hopefully we'll be able to go to if this one finishes in sufficient time. But
yes, hopefully we'll get some clarification on what was happening just there in a minute. But in the meantime, we can see
at least the winner.
We need to know. Yeah, but anyway, we are either way going into a new game. There we go. I think we've the winner confirmed. So we
Okay.
did miss that first match, unfortunately, a miscommunication there, but that's okay. So it looks like Jake won that first match of this round here, but so we're going into our game 2 now.
Absolutely.
And I mean, is there anything in particular you're anticipating with this matchup? You know, we've had a few mirror matches the past several rounds, so it's exciting to have, you know, some very different, you know, we've got 4 different ink colors here, which is exciting, I think.
Well, this is the thing, right? Like with Prince Philip, ordinarily, to get this combo out, you deplete a lot of your resources. It's kind of your last stand, right? You do everything you might, and you play this thing, the malicious, mean, and scary. Generally, by the time you play the Prince Philip, it is one of the last cards in your hand. Not always, maybe you've got a huge Clarabelle buff and you were able to keep your resources, but a lot of the time the Philip may be one of the last cards you play. And in a lot of situations, that is fine because there are not a lot of decks that can deal with this Prince Philip very efficiently. Whereas Luke Smith, as we've already talked about, has access to the Horseman Strikes, 4 copies of it. So if Jake goes all in just to wipe a board and get this Philip established, but doesn't have the resources to fall back on, then Luke may just be able to simply respond to it and then start applying pressure himself. I imagine Luke has a lot of ways of drawing cards, of course, with Amethyst, but we also know Clarabelle has a way of drawing an awful lot of cards. So
Of course.
if I'm Luke, again, you definitely want that turn to Lantern. You want to be as aggressive as you can because the Emerald Sapphire deck is very powerful, very high ceiling, but it takes a little bit of time to set up. So Luke wants to really take advantage of those first few turns, see how much of a board he can set up, see how much lore he can get out, but while setting up a board, also respecting that the Prince Philip combo may come down and just wipe his board. So he wants to try and keep some resources back for sure. The Junior Woodchuck Guidebook could be nice also to establish before something like a Bend to My Will to play around it. We're inking the one of Bell Accomplished Mystic and no 1-drop. We do see this sometimes, Jen, with Lantern because you can just play Lantern turn 2 and then play your 1-drop if you need to. But sometimes you want the lore from that 1-drop on turn 2. Not sure what Luke's holding, though.
No, not sure, but yeah, I will be excited to see. I was about to say I'll be excited to see if the you know, Ahana means family and Bend to My Will 1-drops
and
happen,
it's
but it's gone. It literally just went.
The one of Bell Accomplished Mystic is gone, and the one of Ahana means family.
Yeah, but we've got that Lantern down on board already for Luke. So although obviously he has not had that 1-drop, will be able to then be able to play some other characters a little bit quicker than normal. So
I thought we'd missed ramp there for a moment and that we were going to have to vision, but no, we will be sailing into the Azure Sea. That's going to let us draw a card and put another ink into our inkwell, and so it begins, Jen.
And I think that was also, because I saw the very first card that Jake inked, I think was that stopped Chaos in its tracks. And that was the second one. So we won't be seeing that card being played in this game. But maybe in the other, if there's another match, maybe we'll see it. Yeah.
Down comes that genie on turn 3, following the script that these yellow-purple players like to follow as a result of that Lantern. Like I say, similar plays to the Sapphire decks, but a different means through which to establish them.
Yes, exactly. That kind of alternative to ramping your ink of just, you know, make it cost less.
Tilt a Lantern. Admire the pretty, look at the pretty lights.
I know, so pretty.
We're going to pay 3. What's it going to be for?
There's that Prince Philip, that little Prince Philip. The Royal, whatever he's called. Royal Explorer, that's the word. I almost said Royal Vanquisher, and I was like, no, I'm combining the two names there.
He grows up to be a vanquisher of... He starts off exploring, and then he just starts vanquishing everything, left, right, and centre. You get vanished, you get vanquished, you get vanquished. Sorry, I've lost it.
Exactly. It's okay. We expect you are a villain. So,
Iago into the inkwell, that's stomping mad. Stomping in the ink.
And using the Lantern to pay 1 less for that Cheshire Cat there, and also throwing down a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook there, so maybe on the next turn get that extra draw of cards.
To be fair, I said like it might have been nice to establish a character on turn 1 just for like to go a little wider, chip out a little bit more lore, but at the same time, maybe Luke just respecting the ability for the opponent to wipe his board, not wanting to overcommit, wanting to put down enough that you force your opponent to actually need to take that play, but then, like I said, if you can Horseman Strikes and then follow it with a couple of characters, then you should be sitting pretty.
Absolutely, and so we can see, I think there's a slight glare on it. I think that's the peat there that's
My
been
eyes.
played
Yeah, it does
on
look like
Jake's
a Pete.
side. So we've got slight glare. Apologies for that, but I do.
It's
think
because he's a
the Pete.
ghost, Jen. He's the ghost
Yeah,
of Christmas
exactly,
future.
exactly. So that's going to allow him to be able to get some extra cards out from the deck, I think.
Yeah. Can boost for 1 to put a card underneath it, and then on quest, you look at cards from the top of your deck equal to the cards under Pete's and put one of them into your hand.
Exactly. And we see Luke there using the Junior Woodchuck guidebook to get 2 extra cards into hand, inking a Cheshire Cat and playing a Hades, looking for a deal. He's looking for that deal.
Let's try and tuck that Pete under the deck, or will Jake allow Luke to draw 2 cards? It's going to be the latter, so Luke with a nice healthy hand size here.
Very healthy indeed. Oh my goodness.
The world's greatest criminal mind, which can already banish that Pete. It does have that 5 strength necessary.
I think they may have heard you sing that.
I'm sorry.
I love it.
I'm sorry,
No,
guys.
Don't apologize. It's great. We love it. See, we love it. We love it. Lots of laughs here. It's wonderful.
I don't want to distract them, though. There's a big game. There's a big game.
But yes, so we saw that come down and get rid of that Pete, obviously with a 5/5 stat line. Very big boy, but unfortunately weak to that specific action card there. So, not a huge board for Jake just yet, but of course, having that Prince Philip on board already, but decent hand sizes for both players. But we're getting that Visions of the Future going in the Inkwell.
Oh, we're going to do it.
And there it is. There it is. I was wondering, and there's the Malicious, Mean and Scary, deal though damage to each of those characters, and then immediately put that Prince Philip, shift that Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes down. And Luke already knew what was happening, like, let's be honest.
I'm going to keep my voice down because I don't want him to know, but I'm not seeing an answer in Luke's hand. I'm not seeing a Horseman Strikes.
No.
I'm not seeing a World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
No, there's another Junior Woodchuck guidebook there.
So
I
we
think
can
there's a
draw.
Demona maybe. I might have seen an Elsa 5th Spirit, but I'm not sure.
Don't think
I
I'm playing
you're right.
Demona at this point in the game when I don't have any characters and I wouldn't draw.
Absolutely not. There's the Elsa 5th Spirit going into the Inkwell. Tapping the Lantern to play a Royal Guard for free. Very nice.
Yep. That Royal Guard, a 1 cost, now 0, courtesy of exerting the Lantern. Down comes the cat. And again, this is what I mean, Jen, where holding back to a degree, respecting the Prince Philip sweep, and then having the resources to reapply pressure to the field.
Yes.
Unfortunate that we've not been able to play an answer to the Philip this turn, but we've established some card draw. We've got a couple of nice characters. We're good. We Gucci.
Absolutely. Lots of potential there for Luke, of course, now having the Cheshire Cat on board. If Jake, gets anything else on board, there might be some potential for damage. But there's that John Silver alien pirate making Cheshire Cat reckless, so unable to quest on the next turn. But maybe not too much of a concern for Luke there. You don't always quest with a Cheshire Cat, let's be honest.
No, unless there's literally no danger to it, because Cheshire Cat isn't really here to quest. He's here for that incredible ability, that boost, being able to move damage all around the board. Definitely one of the best cards that we got in Whispers in the Well.
Absolutely agree. And often your Cheshire Cat is wanting to challenge anyway because it wants to get that damage that it can then, of course, move off itself onto something else. So, yeah. But it was a tricky choice. I mean, Royal Guard or Cheshire Cat being reckless, either or, really. But yes.
Yeah, I do like this Alien Pirate. Treasure Planet, one of my favourite Disney films. Super
so
underrated in my opinion. And I do love this John Silver. Great reprint from the first chapter.
Agreed. Yeah, it is a great film. You know what? I know several people who is their favourite Disney film.
It's definitely up there, like top 3 or 5 for me.
It is wonderful.
It's a beauty.
I am partial to it also, of course, because I do miss my Jim Hawkins.
Absolutely, as you should.
My boy.
My boy. We're going to play down another Lantern, and we can exert both of them to pay 2 less ink for our next character. It's going to be the Man Cub Mowgli.
Ooh.
Let's take a... Oh! I think we know what's going there. Bend to my will.
Painful.
Not today, Jake. Not today.
Yeah. Oh, that's a rough one. That's really rough. It did not want that to happen, but unfortunately, nothing to be done. And we get that genie down on Luke's side, get that extra card draw, and move back over to Jake's turn. Still got that Prince Philip on board. Obviously, a big body and a high quest for 3. So, but there's potential here, and got some cards in hand. So I'm really, really intrigued to see how Jake is going to deal with this, because Luke has a significant board here built back up very, very quickly after that Malicious, Mean and Scary Prince Philip combo. So we're getting that.
Down comes the Cinderella.
Cinderella Dream Come True. Very nice.
It's going to help us ramp up a little bit more, and if we've got a card in our hand, then We can ink that, then draw again. We're going to start questing. Let's turn on the pressure going up to 8 lore here.
Yeah, I think that is, you know, it's one of the things is just, you know, hey, okay, well, I'm just going to put some pressure on you, and then you've got to deal with my board, which means that you can't necessarily quest yourself, because of course we all know questing and getting that lore is how you win this game. So I'm really keen to see how Luke's going to deal with this. We've got the Hades here. Ooh, looking for that deal with the Prince Philip, but it's a no-go.
It's a no-go. No,
you can have those cards.
You can have a couple of cards. This Prince Philip is the main character holding down this board. Of course, John Silver providing a lot of value as well. Just a note there, this Royal Guard gains Challenger 1 every time you draw a card. So already up to Challenger 3, he drew once for turn, and then twice more from the guidebook. And we're going to play another guidebook.
Very nice.
Not the guidebook, the Hades, sorry,
Yes.
Guidebook was in my head because he literally just
Yeah.
Up to Challenger 4, we're going to ink Bagheera. That card that you were very excited for.
Yes, I know. I'm sad, but there are it's two of them.
It's here for when you miss Lantern, right?
Yes.
It's that or cat, so that you've got some free
but
drops.
I got to see him at least once.
You got to see him. He's
that's
prowling
nice.
around. Another Lantern.
Third Lantern.
Luke's
oh my goodness.
hosting a party. Bright lights everywhere.
Crazy.
And there's the answer to the Prince Philip, the world's greatest, coming through, removing that big threat, and suddenly Jake's board not quite as impressive.
No, but of course, you know, Luke did get to go first in this game because, of course, he lost the previous match. So often that is such a difficult deal. You know, if you don't get to go first, it can be detrimental. So only a Cindy on board now for Jake. Not an ideal situation, but he's got 2 cards in hand, I think. So I'm really, really keen to see what those are. But it is a tricky situation. But as always, we love seeing, it was a little laugh there from Luke. We love seeing our, great sportsmanship with our players and just having a laugh, enjoying it. And so much of what this game is, you know, such a wonderful community. And I love it.
Yeah, it's a big stakes game, but we're all here for the love of the game. We're here to have fun, build the community. We're going to be singing at You're Welcome, courtesy of Cinderella, and shuffle ourselves into the deck. Jake really needing some more cards, some more resources. I would like to see him establish a singer, preferably a Prince Philip here, to then hopefully on a follow-up turn sing Malicious and then shift the Prince Philip. But if Luke has something like a Demona, Elsa won't do because obviously that Prince Philip has wards, so cannot be targeted. But something like a Demona that doesn't target would bring it down. So I think really we need to rely on just establishing a singer to sing Malicious, hope it sticks, and then maybe hard summon the Prince Philip. But it's a lot of pieces that Jake's going to need to put this together.
You are right. It's a difficult puzzle to put together there, but we'll see. We'll see if he can get some of those pieces. Now we've got another Cinderella coming back down, but we've also got that small Prince Philip Royal Explorer. So
we have set up our shift target, and he can sing, and we've got a backup singer. Does Luke have the Demona? That is, if so, I think that's going to close the door on this game.
And of course, importantly, having played that Cinderella, then also, of course, gets her ability, because she is a princess herself.
Yes.
That, of course, procs her ability to be able to then draw an extra card at the end of your turn. And you can put card from your hand into the inkwell face down and draw a card, and which I think he did do there. So hopefully it's something useful.
Hopefully,
fingers crossed for
Jake. We need to dig through the deck, slim it down, get to those key pieces. Again, we are built pretty consistently. A couple of one-offs, but by and large, 4-offs of all the cards. There you go, Jen. Your favourite Panther is Dan.
I love it. And of course,
there's the
paid for free,
Demona.
basically. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Use the 3 Lantern to pay for the Bagheera, and then, of course, whack that Demona down, exerting Jake's characters. So what are we going to do? How are we going to deal with this?
We're going to break this board. The Cheshire and the Cat and the Hades, both more than ready, willing, and able to break this board, leave Jake with no shift target, but perhaps more importantly, no singers. He's got 8 ink, so even if a singer stuck, could have at least sung Malicious, inked, and played hard cast Prince Philip. Down a couple of Royal Guards. This is looking like a wide board, Jen.
Really wide board, and of course, Luke having that damage on board so much to utilize with the Cheshire Cat. of course, if Jake is able to get anything else on board. I think they were just counting up the lore there. I'm not sure exactly how many he's got.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore on board.
Okay, so not quite enough, but might be good enough, you know.
Only one short, and again, he's produced a 2-turn clock. Jake has a lot of work to do to break that.
With 4 cards in hand, so maybe some options, but it is a wide board to try and break, and you have to do a lot.
Yeah, it's the trade-off, right? This Demona broke the board. It did refuel Jake's hand, but is it going to be enough? We're going to ink Clarabelle down. Come a couple of perfect gentlemen. Look at them with their flowers.
I know.
Daisy's a lucky girl.
Yeah, agreed. So, yeah, and notably allows each player to draw a card at the start of their turn, and also, I believe, has ward as well, doesn't he?
Who does, sorry?
Does Donald Duck have a ward?
No,
I'm
He's
thinking of a
Shift.
different one.
You're
Yes,
thinking
that's
of Prince
the one.
Philip.
Yes.
We've been talking about him a lot.
Yes, I know. It's that point in the day where my brain is like,
I gets it, girl. I gets it. I've been there.
Prince Donald.
Prince Donald of Agrabah. And Jake's just going to throw down that Philip and say, let's go to game 3. I'm ready to be on the play for game 3. And great match, though. Shout out to these lads. Again, they've had an incredible weekend of Lorcana.
Truly.
10 rounds of Swiss. They both won their respective top 16 games. And now we're getting an incredible top 8 match. Yellow-purple, Amber Amethyst versus Emerald Sapphire. Jake will be on the play. Who is going on to top 4, getting that £250 bursary towards a future challenge event? A bunch of other prizing, including the event playmat for 2026, the Illumineers Quest sleeves, the Winter Spell product displays, and of course some incredible promos.
Absolutely, really. I'm very excited to go into this. So as we know, Jake will now get to go first going into this third game, which I think is going to do a lot for him. But do you think it's going to be enough?
It could be. You noticed that game in particular, we didn't see any Clarabelle. Well, played a Clarabelle right at the end, or inked it, but we didn't see a big Clarabelle line where we could maybe go into a "You're welcome," gain the advantage from Clarabelle, and it's like what I think. What I said before game 1 is game 2 because we missed game 1 is half accurate, right? You have to deplete so many of your resources to get this Prince Philip sweep, and then Luke has so many ways of answering it. 4 copies of Horseman Strikes, 3 copies of the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. I think if Jake does that again and leaves himself with nothing, then he's in a bad position. But if he can get this Clarabelle online, build up his resources to the point where he can play Philip, and even if it is removed, have a follow-up, then he's going to be in a much better position. So I think these first couple of turns are going to be very telling. Maybe a Clarabelle on turn 1 to set up that shift target. We shall see.
Agreed. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting going into this and seeing what happens. And I do wonder if we're going to see some of those cards that we didn't get to see in the previous games. We didn't see that.
They're all inked. All the one-offs got inked.
I know, yeah, we did. We didn't see the Bend to My Will.
Nope.
We didn't see the Bell Accomplished Mystic. We didn't see Ohana Means Family. And we also, we didn't see the Iago Stomping Mad, did we? With that
we did
Challenger
not.
5.
We did not.
Who is a big parrot boy.
He's a big boy. He's a big boy. Not quite as big as the giant spectral parrot, but big enough.
Challenger 5 always just feels crazy.
Ain't it?
But yeah, so hopefully we'll get to see some of those as well come down. But yeah, I'm
excited. I'm ready for a game 3. Shout out to everyone joining us. 574 people in chat. I think the Americans are starting to rise. I bet a lot of them had late nights watching a DLC Melbourne.
Yes.
If you're only just joining us, you've missed a lot, but you're still coming in at a great time. Game 3 of top 8 here. CCQ, Leicester, Axion now. We are giving away an invitation to the European Championships.
Yes, the big prize that everyone is gunning for this weekend. So very exciting. So I think we've done did we do our mulligan now? I think so. Going into our game 3, if you are just joining us, our match 3 of this round, our top 8 feature match with Luke and Jake here.
Big,
I can see
heavy top end here in Jake's hand.
Yes, I was just thinking that. So inking that Basil Undercover Detective to play that little Clarabelle, like you mentioned.
And we do have that line. We have the big Clarabelle in hand, and we have the You're Welcome in hand. So I think the You're Welcome was in hand. Yes, it is.
I think so. Ooh, Enchanted Dumbo going into the inkwell.
Enchanted Dumbo, blimey. Down comes a
goodness.
Lenwee from the Black Cauldron, 2-1 and support.
Yes, and we've said a couple of times this weekend that I think that support ability can often be underestimated. But, you know, it can do so much sometimes if you've winner here.
Yeah, when it came down to that point where both players had their boards wiped, there was a double malicious, and it was just a Cinderella that Jake was able to play. Very low resources for both players, but Luke was just drawing into Criminal Mind, into a Hardeman's Family, into a Horseman Strikes, whereas Jake got at least a couple of characters, a couple of bodies to put down, and then more importantly, finding the Infernal Schema. So, yeah, if I'm Jake, I'm feeling pretty confident. We're going to Hardeman's Family, remove 3 damage to draw 3. Shades of Rapunzel gifted with healing. It's been so long.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. So we've got those 3 extra draws. Still got some ink. Got 4 ink still left to use. And, of course, the 2 lanterns, which can... we can still tap to reduce the cost of cards by 2. So... potentially still some options to try and deal with Jake's board here, but we can't see what's in Luke's hand. So we're
playing his cards close to his chest, but don't blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. This is tense, but they got to take their time. We've said it before, but I'll say it again. Very high stakes here for these players, for these incredible players. So they've got to take their time. We respect it.
They've got 31 minutes. It's game 3. Realistically, this game is ending in the next turn, but 2 turns max, depending on what Luke can pull out of his arsenal here. But
absolutely. Oh my goodness. Wow. And that's it. Absolutely incredible display there from both players. Really, really well done. Congratulations to Jake there on winning that and getting himself into the top 4.
100%.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, Jake is going to be claiming at the very least the £250 bursary towards attending a Disney Lorcana challenge and a myriad of fantastic prizes, but more importantly, gets to continue playing and try to stamp his ticket to the European Championships. Commiserations to Luke Smith, a fantastic guy, fantastic player. I've met him a couple of times. An incredible performance over the course of the weekend. I know the chat are feeling very sorrowful for him, but nothing to be ashamed of. What a performance. You got beat by one of the best decks in the game, the deck that took down DLC Richmond, admittedly in a prior format, but 90% of our decks look very similar. We're just slipping in 3 or 4 cards-ish from Winterspell Max. So, yeah, no shame there. A great performance, but what a game. Sorry again that we missed that first game.
Yeah.
Genuinely very, very sorry about that, but those 2 were bangers. Hopefully you enjoyed them. We're trying to get some word at the moment about whether or not we are going to have a backup match, because we did have one there. We are not going to have one. Okay,
just confirmed.
But I think that's because the majority of the other games are just finishing up. So
yes, I think
if we can get to the top 4 as soon as possible, then that's even better, right?
Incredible. Would love that. So hopefully very soon. Fingers crossed we will be going into our top 4 here. But yes, commiserations to Luke, but still very good prizing for those top 8 players who, unfortunately, we are now losing. Still incredibly good prizing for them.
Look at it. Just take a look at it. Yeah, so even though Luke Smith lost 5th to 8th place, he's going to be going home with 2 booster displays of Winterspell. May your Iconics and your Enchanteds be plentiful, my friend.
Yes.
A Mulan promo, beautiful. An event playmat. You see that on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Again, we had the 2024 competitive mat. This is the 2025 one. Absolutely stunning. And then probably my favorite prize on this screen, other than the invite to Euros, is the IQ sleeves.
They're so pretty.
And you get them all the way at the top 16. But they're so good. I absolutely love them. What's your favorite of the promos, Jen? I'm going to put you on the spot. They're in the top left. What's your favorite?
I think it's got to be the Mulan for me.
Your Mulan.
Yeah, I actually have one, which I'm really, really happy about.
Well,
I got it because, well,
I
know I didn't earn it. I didn't earn it. I won it by random chance when we went to the CCQ in Cardiff.
Yes.
And we played a Pack Rush, but was it a Pack Rush pod? It was a pod of some sort, one of the side events.
Sure.
And they were randomly, they had a very limited amount of them to randomly give as prizes to players.
But
and I just happened to be the number on the dice that was rolled. So I do love it. I think the thing is they're all so gorgeous. But yeah, she's also one of my absolute favorites. I love her
great.
so much.
Mulan is a top tier film. That's great. great choice. I'll be honest,
Which is your favorite?
on this screen, I would probably go with the Elsa. I love the color scheme, but
So
my
pretty.
favorite of the DLC promos is actually the Pegasus.
I love
gift to
the
Hercules,
Pegasus.
which is actually the participation prize
I
for
know, but it's
just
so
playing
cool.
a DLC, and it's actually my favorite of all of them, and I would argue the most playable
Yes.
of all of them as well.
I agree.
So that's what I'm a fan
agree.
of. But all of these promos would make an excellent addition to any Illumineers collection, as will the playmat. Once again, thank you so much for joining us over the course of the weekend. It's a good weekend to be a fan of the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Yes.
DLC Melbourne taking place over in Australia, hosted by JDZ Quest, absolute king among the people, a community,
Wonderful.
a legend. We're very grateful for you, sir. And of course, we've been here all weekend with CCQ here in Leicester. It's a good weekend to be a Lorcana fan, and in 2 weeks, Jen, just 2 weeks, we will be going to DLC Ghent. Over 4,000 players will be in attendance. 3-day event, main event Friday, main event Saturday, and then day 2 Sunday. We will have 2 grand champions of 2 separate tournaments, and then they will crash together, and they will banish, and they will challenge, and rush, and get evasive, and then... Sorry, I lost myself for a moment.
It's
gonna
okay.
Be,
It's
a
exciting.
good weekend.
It's so
It's gonna
exciting.
be a
And
great
yes,
weekend.
I am so very excited. We have an amazing casting team for that event, including yourself.
Including yourself.
Including me. I'm so my first DLC
Your
that I
first
will be
DLC.
casting. I'm very, very excited. So yes, it's going to be amazing. And I think also, you know, we've mentioned a few times this weekend that Winterspell has just come out. And so, of course, you know, we are just coming into this new format. And so things like this CCQ and the DLC in Melbourne that we've mentioned will be truly meta-defining. And so I think there's going to be a lot of people wanting to know the top decks that have been played at these events this weekend. And also using it to prepare for Ghent. You know, maybe they'll use some of these deck lists. Who knows? So I think it's. Are you
prepared? Are
I'm.
you getting prepared?
I mean, I think it's good to be prepared.
I think. Oh, don't remind me. But no, you're absolutely right. Again, thank you so much to everyone that has been joining us over the weekend. We hope you will stick all the way through. We've got top 4 to come, and then of course the grand finals. What a weekend it's been. We're going to go to a quick break. I'm going to scout around, see how the rest of the tables are getting on. I'm being waved at by production. I don't know if they want me. No, they're good.
They were waving at someone else.
They're waving at someone else. Me thinking it's all about me. We'll see you very soon. We're going to go on a very short break, and after when we come back, it'll be me and LD casting the semi-finals, and then
Top
LD
4.
and Jen on the finals. What a day it's been. We'll see you very soon.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to CCQ here in Leicester. This is the Axion Now event. What a weekend it has been, LD, not least of all to get the pleasure of working with you.
Thank you.
What an amazing set of matches we've seen, and now we are down to the top 4. One of these final 4 players will be stamping their ticket to the European Championship. This is the breakdown. We have the top 8, or already those games done. Walk us through the semi-final bracket, LD.
Yeah, so 2 matches remaining to play here this round in the semi-finals. We have a Emerald Sapphire mirror match on the top side of the bracket. Jake Knowles versus Kyle Wilson, both players we've seen on stream so far, as you would expect at this stage in the tournament. But the match we're going to be focused in on first this round on the bottom side of the bracket is CZ Lee, I believe also goes by Eric, playing against Fia White, who's a player that we saw in the top 16, I want to say. Yeah, incredible performance by Fia. I was very, very impressed by the decision making. One of the best navigated Amethyst Steel mirrors I've ever watched by any player. So just very, very excited to see Fia continuing a run in this tournament. And yeah, super excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, no, Fia, someone I've actually met a couple of times. We've played in 2-set championships. She's a really lovely person, a wonderful player. I know the Lorcana girlies will be rooting for her, and it's hard not to agree. What a Cinderella story it would be, and it is Fia that will be featuring here, as you said, going up against C's, also known as Eric, a player that I think a few of us are very familiar with, very talented, a lot of really great accolades so far in the Lorcana career. Let's take a look at the decks that these two will be showcasing for us. Starting off with Eric here, we have some Amber Emerald Dogs.
Yes.
What you seeing, LD?
Well,
what jumps out at you?
I mean, this is, regardless of what wins, it would be hard to say that anything other than Dogs is the deck of the weekend. Already winning at DLC Melbourne this weekend and putting up an incredible performance. We sort of remarked on a couple rounds ago, continuously increasing its conversion representation at every stage of elimination in this tournament. 9% of the overall field, 13% of day 2, 25% of our top 16. This deck just keeps on improving.
There's something I have to point out, LD, if you don't mind me jumping in a second. 2 copies of the White Rabbit late again. Again, this is open deck list. Both players will be presented their opponent's deck list. 5 minutes to review it, so there should be no surprises. This is an underdog that I was not expecting to see in this deck, LD.
Absolutely.
It's a 2-cost character, a 2/2 quest for 1 with evasive, but it has that underdog keyword, LD, meaning you can play it for a cost of 1 if you are on your first turn going second. LD, I thought that the only deck that might consider this would be the the green-purple Emerald Amethyst Burn variant, the Speci Special, as I like to call it. Likes to play those Pegasus, and on going second, like, this is just extra copies of Pegasus, essentially. Can you speak to this card a little bit and its inclusion?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, we've seen this full suite of underdog characters introduced to this format. Some of them are making a splash, some of them aren't. This is one of those ones that, as you point out, is sort of on the fence. It's, you know, seeing it as occur as a 2-of here, we haven't seen much representation for it across some of these other dog decks so far. You know, going second, a 2/2 evasive for 1, it's an incredibly good deal. When you're not going second, just ink it. You have to ink something.
Absolutely.
That's one of the interesting things about the openers for this Dogs deck is, you know, often you're sculpting such a perfect hand of, let's say, Grandmother Willow, 3 1-cost characters, and a tramp, maybe one sort of utility action as well. Well, at some point within that, you're going to have to find something to ink. So these sort of flexible characters like White Rabbit late again, which is another one of these, as you correctly point out, exciting new pickup that just helps you improve a little bit when you're going second.
100%. We see those couple of copies of Emerald Chromacon for earning half and home in a lot of these Dogs decks. Really the win condition into certain matchups. And the reason more players are teching anti-item cards, like the Wasabi we've seen come up a few times in Blurple, which also combos as having evasive during your turn, so can fill 2 roles. Some people playing things like Benja. So that Chromacon, hoping to put in a lot of work. 2 copies of Rhino, 1/16 Wolf. This is the 1-drop that on play, you can choose a character to get -1 strength at the start of your next turn, but no Under the Sea in this deck.
No, that is really, really interesting. You know what? I hadn't actually recognized that. I was looking at so much thinking, I wonder where all the space for these interesting additional characters has come from. Well, no, there are 3 Under the Sea.
Other than I missed
You
them.
missed
Oh,
it.
they are there. I went straight past it. There you go. Because that's the card I first thought of when I see Rhino. Like that's what you can combine it with. Obviously, we have Webby Vanderquack here who could work really well with the lady, giving her +2 strength and then giving her an extra strength because of her pack of her own ability, meaning she can quest for 3. But yeah, that makes more sense that we have Under the Sea alongside the 1/16 Wolf.
Yeah, but that Rhino, the 1/16 Wolf, is a really interesting card to highlight as well because it's one of these, what you would call a flex slot. It's not included in all of these builds, and it really can, you know, when you put together these super wide boards early on in the game, your opponent often only has sort of 1 or 2 good challenges, and reducing a single character's strength by just 1 for your next turn can completely remove all of their good challenging options and really, really change the landscape of the game.
100%. Do not fear, chat. You are not missing game 1 of this. You will see it all, I promise you. But yeah, this looks like a really solid list and a really solid player going all the way to top 4. So it would not surprise me to see this deck take down the whole thing. But on the opposite side of the Illuminary, we have Fia, Miss Lorcana here with her Purple Steel Dream, rocking the new Pocahontas, Following the Wind, and that new Angel, finding a place in a lot of steel decks at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you want to know more about this deck, I mean, obviously we're staying tuned for the round to come, but I would highly advise anyone looking to navigate the Amethyst Steel Mirror to go back and watch Fia's top 16 match, an incredibly decision-intensive mirror that really showed the power of some of these slight differences in build. Of course, you highlight Pocahontas, Following the Wind. It's perhaps not at its strongest in a matchup like the matchup we're going into now against Dogs. It's, you know, playing Pocahontas over Calhoun, for example, is super strong when you're playing against Sapphire decks, and it gives you more of a proactive, aggressive 2-drop option. Still a 3/2 that can challenge efficiently when it needs to, but kind of prefer it to be Calhoun in a matchup like this, I think. But Angel, absolutely something that will be very, very relevant in this matchup, and probably almost certainly the matchup that it's in the deck for.
100%, and of course, you know, discarding cards from your hand can actually synergize very nicely with the Purple Steel strategy.
Really
when
does.
You're working with Doc, you're working with Demona, and of course, even Yzma, Conniving Chemist in this list. And the last thing I want to make of note, I mentioned the Emerald Chromicon. We are playing 2 copies of that Benjo.
Yes.
2/3, quest for 2/3 cost on play. Banish an item.
Yeah, so now we really get to see the mind games of open deck lists play out. We know that Fia is playing item removal for the Chromicon. We know that Eric has the Chromicon in the deck. So who's
going to get what and when?
who flinches first there, basically? Do we mulligan away do we alter away the Chromicon? Do we make sure we're digging aggressively to find that Benja so that we have an answer? There is no correct answer to these questions. It's all going to come down to the decisions these individual players make.
And I believe that Fia was 2nd seed, so that would have her be on the play. So this is going to be a fantastic match. Do not go anywhere. Let's head over to our great Illuminary. Still waiting for an update there of the player names, but Fia versus Eric, the deck types are, of course, correct. And I think the judge is going to give them the all clear to start in just a moment. Is Fia going to be on the play? I expect so. There's the fist bump, and here we go.
Yeah, Fia going first, leading off with a Palace Guard. Good opener. As we've said multiple times across the weekend, Amethyst Steel, you want to see that 1-cost character on turn 1, 2 cost on turn 2, 3 cost on turn 3, and on turn 4, we'll play a Genie. And maybe sing a strength as well.
That would be pretty nice. We're going to ink a Lady Decisive Dog, and down comes that underdog that we were singing the praises of. It's great to talk about new cards that don't come up all the time. The White Rabbit late again. Because it was the first turn and Eric went 2nd, gets to play that as a 1-drop. Pretty good.
Absolutely, yeah, and notably being evasive here. While Fia's deck has a number of powerful evasive characters in it, none of them are particularly low cost. We, sometimes see the Mr. Smee, those 2-cost characters that can challenge evasives. None of those in Fia's list, so that White Rabbit could well get a fair few quests in.
Yeah, it could sit there a while. Maybe an Angel will be the earliest answer to get the White Rabbit off the board. But by that point, there might be more important characters that you have to prioritize. And how much lore is this White Rabbit going to get away with before he gets to the party? Late, of course.
Interesting card that we talked about a little bit. Looks like it might be about to go into the Inkwell for Eric.
Ooh, we won't confirm it. There it is. Yes, Mulan, the Resourceful Recruit. A very interesting new card, but going into the Inkwell. And here's that Glimmer Foil Lilo LD. Beautiful.
Very, very nice indeed. Yes, so now Fia is presented with a choice. This would typically be your turn where you look to play a 3-cost character and maybe set up a Strength or a Raging Fire for next turn. Fia opting to go for the Genie, the new boost Genie. We've seen this.
The magical researcher.
Its power had been thrown into question by yourself.
Yes, and hey, I have been wrong before, and I will be wrong again. But hey, I'd rather put a take out there than just play it safe all the time.
Absolutely.
Right? It's just what my instincts are saying, so I'm going to go with it. If I end up being wrong, I'll be wrong. You know, like.
I totally see where you're coming from as well. It's on turn 3. It's often the least powerful of all of your 3-cost options. But Fia's played it on turn 3 quite a lot to a great result.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's clearly doing something right, okay? But I would also argue, as you just said, as long as you are going 1, 2, 3 Strength for a Raging Fire, Purple Steel can just reach its ceiling, really. But again, we know that this Genie can be an incredible card. It can really put a clock on the game. It's something that needs to be answered if you do sit there constantly boosting it. So we'll see how much lore this Genie can get away with over the course of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those things, you know, we keep talking about that 1, 2, 3 strength line for Amethyst Steel. One of the things that disrupts that a little bit in this matchup, we did see Fia ink a Strength for a Raging Fire on an earlier turn, sensing perhaps a Mowgli coming from the other side of the table. Obviously not too many cards that Mowgli can discard in Fia's deck, but Strength for a Raging Fire is the key one that you want to take away on a key turn. Fia sensing that and getting rid of a Strength early on, at the very least, even if she has a second one.
Yep.
It disincentivizes the Dogs player from playing the Mowgli later on and instead favor something else.
Very heads up playing. A lot of things happen there. We played Rhino down, -1 strength. We're playing Webby, +2 strength to our Lilo, and then Lilo's going to take out that Palace guard. We also inked the, I believe it's Nani, the stage manager, who, a very interesting new card on play. You look at the top 4 cards of your deck and take a 2-cost character, or 2 cost or less, and add it to your hand, which is certainly synergizing well with these super low to the ground decks. Dogs probably benefiting more than anything.
Absolutely, and I do want to just quickly say on that, commiserations to our friend Alphos, who you are almost certain to hit a character with a Nani in this deck, found the one chance, apparently supposedly sub 1% chance of missing, and it happened.
Oh, wow. I'll have to have a chat with Alphos. He had a great weekend.
He did.
Again, shame he hasn't made it to the top 4, but he was undefeated across day 1. Again, Alphos, very well-known, respected player in the community. I know he's got plenty more big things to come in his Lorcana career.
Absolutely. We do see the 7-cost tramp, Street Smart Dog in Eric's hand.
And that enchanted decisive dog as well. Absolutely stunning. Angel Experiment 624. Again, when you have no cards in your hand, it does get resist 1. We're going to discard the Benja. A bit of a risky play,
Certainly
potentially.
Is. Yeah.
But you play the hand you've got, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely. You sort of have to discard it. You have to find something to discard, but you made a very, very good call early on in the game that's absolutely played out as expected. This White Rabbit being evasive, no good evasive challengers. It did live and quest exactly as long as it needed to, and finally was removed by an Angel activation, as you said.
And required some attention from Fia, where that damage could have potentially gone somewhere a lot more annoying, right?
Absolutely.
I don't think removing this Webby or this Rhino would have been the biggest of deals, but down comes the Miss Park Avenue Lady, the dual link, who on play, you can return up to 2 characters of cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand. The vast majority of this deck is 2 cost or less. I think the only exceptions would be the big lady that we're seeing, the big tramp, and that Nani, who's a 3-cost character. Maybe something else, but not that I'm seeing.
No. It does always seem to be the way when you play against Dogs. As soon as you remove their first 2 small characters, they bring them right back to the hand.
Yes.
They don't have a lot of ways to draw cards, but they certainly have a very, very strong way to recur them and build some pseudo card draw that way. It's exactly what we've just seen.
And again, we are expecting to build towards that Tramp, the dual link, who on play allows you to draw cards equal to the amount of other characters you have in play, and then discard that many cards, which, again, as long as you already had a card or 2 in your hand before you played Tramp, allows you to hopefully tailor your hand, but more specifically to the needs of the match.
And here comes one of the key cards in Fia's deck. Yzma, Conniving Chemist. This is something that we saw activate a number of times in the top 16 match. I'm not too sure what the Dogs deck can do to stop that. How does an Amber Emerald Dogs deck stop a Yzma? I'm challenging you now.
Begging?
Yeah. Please do not activate.
just quest it. It's fine.
I can tell you one combination. An additional Rhino to reduce the strength of Yzma, followed by an Under the Sea, is one way to do it.
That will get the job done. Yzma being a 3/3, and Under the Sea putting all opposing characters with 2 strength or less to the bottom of their player's deck in an order of your choice. So, yeah, that is certainly one route to get this Conniving Chemist off the board.
And I want to draw some attention to maybe something, one of the more sort of invisible decisions that Fia's making. Consider the inking decisions and even right down to the altering decisions here. Fia building a board of characters that all have 3+ strength, naturally playing around Under the Sea. So while you may have not seen that play out turn by turn, look at what happens here. It's one of the big dangers in this mid-game is that you can get Under the Seed, especially following something like we've just seen, Street Smart Dog Tramp being played. That's the tool typically used to find one. But Fia naturally creating a board state where that's not going to have much impact at all.
Yeah, and it's only Rhino we've got in the deck, the lowest strength. I don't believe we're playing... No, we're not playing any Della's Moon Lullaby, which does see some play in some of the dogs' decks, lowering strength by 2 to put more characters into that range.
It does, yeah, and specifically the absence of that card will be quite good news for Fia, who, you know, Della's Moon Lullaby, very, very good synergy with Under the Sea, as you point out, but also really, really good for removing vanished characters such as Giant Cobra.
Absolutely.
So the fact that Eric is using different tools to synergize with that is actually working in Fia's favor a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's some other
Oh, there is
a Della's Moon Lullaby. Oh, it's right.
It's right at the top of the list.
I'm so used to my songs and actions being at the bottom. I do apologise, chat. That is 100% on me.
No, I did it too.
My bad. Yeah, there are, as you can see, there are copies. So Rhino working in conjunction with them to lower strength. Pretty good. Pretty good. My bad, chat. That's on me.
Yes, and Eric finding some great challenges here, actually, for a deck that supposedly is full of low-strength characters that can't challenge very efficiently. Really finding some good ways to do that, and Rhino plus Della's Moon Lullaby together, these things having the absolute right effect. Notably, we did not remove that Yzma. We did not find a way to answer that.
We did not get rid of it, so...
Sophia's going to see some cards.
She absolutely is. Empty hand, going to draw up to 3. Very nice, very lovely. We inked the Palace Scar, which was the only card already in hand at the time.
Have to assume that one of those cards, whichever one will have the least impact, is probably going to be discarded to Angel here.
Who are you getting rid of, though?
Quite. There are a number of good targets here. We could think about putting 2 damage on the Lady Miss Park Avenue as well and taking a challenge. Trying to remove, you know, what we want to do here is try to increase, if we're Fia, try to increase our chance of getting to activate that Yzma a second time. And that means taking some, you know, making some pretty aggressive removal choices. Second Angel.
Second Angel coming on down. And also interesting about the Lady, we don't have a Chromacon at the moment. Going to discard Demona. That's a big discard.
Incredible. This is a fantastic decision by Fia. Discarding 2 really, really high impact cards there, which you might look at that and think, why are those getting sent to the discard? Well, now Fia has an empty hand, removes the most dangerous character on the board. Now this Angel able to challenge with resist +2 because Fia's hand is empty, leaving only the Tramp in play, which can't challenge back and remove Yzma.
Really, really, really nice. I'm loving that. Yeah, I was going to say, while this Lady was on the board, we haven't seen the Emerald Chromacon played yet, but worth noting, you can bounce your own characters back to your hand.
Certainly can.
So bouncing that Lady, which had a Lady under it, so you would get both back, and then obviously you can replay the Lady to get characters back from the discard. But no, we're not going to get the chance to do that because Fia has an incredible heads-up play. This Angel earning its position in the deck. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at what's going on with these lore totals. While we've been talking a lot about the back and forward and controlling the board state, Fia has been finding a way to consistently gain lore, not just ahead on board now, but ahead in the lore race.
Yep, 100%. She is really putting in an incredible performance over the course of the weekend. I wish her nothing but the best.
I really, really can't sing praises highly enough. I think that mirror match that we watched, I keep talking about it because it really was one of the most impressive matches I've watched for a very, very long time.
Okay, so we're going to play Tramp. That's going to give +2 strength to the big Tramp, and that is going to be able to get rid of this Yzma. So, yeah, I mean, I still think it was absolutely the right play. Put herself in a really nice position. Unfortunately, Eric had the answer, removes that Yzma, and now Fia is in a top deck situation.
Yep. So while top deck situation isn't fantastic, one of the good things is that Amethyst Steel is drawing strength for a Raging Fire. That's better than discarding to an Angel.
Sure is.
Only just, though.
But worth noting, I may be eating some humble pie. This Genie slowly boosting away. And, like, again, this is a situation where Genie's great, where, like, it's the pace of the game has slowed right down. You don't have anything else to do with your ink and your resources, so it's perfectly reasonable to just keep boosting this Genie up and put that clock on. So don't get me wrong, I'm not denying the potential of Genie in board states like this. I just don't love it on curve.
No, and I completely agree as well. I'm just teasing you a little bit about that.
No, please, tease on. Tease on. I think these are great conversations to have, right? Like,
absolutely. But look at this, what I would call hidden text on Angel. Angel's primary use case being to play 2 damage. And,
oh, he's packing it up?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
there's no coming back from that.
It was an under the sea in hand, couldn't play it. And there we go. Game 1 goes to Fia White on Amethyst Steel, 2nd seed of our event. What a match, LD. I enjoyed that a lot.
And Jen is dancing off camera, very, very happy for her friend Fia.
Yeah, no, fair play to her.
Incredible game. Yeah, sorry, what I was saying about Angel there, that's sort of a second line of text about it having resist +2 when you are empty-handed. Almost feels like hidden text because it's not the primary reason you're playing it. But in a situation like that, you know, we didn't get to see the turn play out. But on Eric's side of the board, we had a 4/4 Lady Miss Park Avenue. You would think, okay, well, Fia now can't quest with these Angels. Well, one upside of being empty-handed, you absolutely can. You can only put 2 damage onto one of those. And would just mean that even though Fia's board seemed kind of weak, it was presenting a 2-turn clock.
Absolutely.
Which is just not answerable.
It was enough. Eric with a lot of little guys like the Rhino, the Webby, like cards that synergize well with your the main characters of your deck, the Tramps, the Ladies, etc. But wasn't enough to put enough pressure on. Fia taking game 1. What a game. Top 4 here at CCQ in Leicester. What a weekend it's been. I hope you guys in chat are enjoying the show.
Yeah, really do want to draw some attention as well, as much as we're singing the praises of Fia. A great job by Eric there in game 1 of finding some very, very creative ways of finding good challenges and trades while going second into Amethyst Steel. All those sort of creative tools, Della's Moon Lullaby, the Rhino, just using them all, and the 1-cost Webby as well, using them all in the right order to find some fantastic trades, which the Dogs deck is not traditionally good at.
Yeah, that Della's Moon Lullaby, which is definitely in the deck. Absolutely 100%.
Yes.
Eric, big fan of DKP, I guess, showing his hand to the camera.
We do like players that put on a show.
Absolutely. Love to see it. Give us a cheeky look. I promise I won't shout it across the room.
Do you really promise?
I really promise. Okay. I double promise.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, Fia's wonderful, as is Eric. You know, Eric I've met a few times, but I've never played him, though. And I think that's how you get to meet the merit of a person, right? You play them in competitive games. But Fia, I have faced down with her twice. Wonderful person. I'm elated for her with such an impressive showing this weekend.
Great performance by 2 fantastic players. And like you say, I've never played against Eric myself, but is someone that consistently a lot of my friends speak very, very highly of. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt has earned his way here to the top 4, but
Absolutely.
Looking to go all the way. He may be a game down, but I'm sure he's been in this position before and pulled through. He wants that invitation to the European Championship, but so does Fia, LD.
Absolutely.
She wants it.
Both of these players hungry to move on to that next stage, and I tell you what, whichever player wins this tournament today, I bet their ambitions don't end there.
Absolutely not. It's like we keep saying, it's when do I get the next chance to play the Disney Lorcana trading card game? And here we go. Go Tamago into the inkwell. We play Bobby Zimmerowski, dude, who lets us draw 1, discard 1. And that's one of our 2 Emerald Chromacons gone. Once again, this is open deck list chat. Both players have seen what their opponents are playing, so they're aware of the counts. 2 Emerald Chromacon in the deck for Eric and 2 Benja in the deck for Fia.
I was thinking, what a fantastic way it would be to hide the second Chromacon, discard the first one, and just see if you can incentivize Fia to ink a Benja.
Absolutely, 100%.
All these mind games that go on in open deck list games, it's really, really interesting.
I love open deck lists.
It's fantastic.
It adds in such variety, cards that you include, because now just because your opponent or the better players will play around it when right to do so. And here's an underdog for Fear.
Absolutely.
We had the White Rabbit for last time, and now here's Christopher Robin.
Yeah, and I really do think that throughout spoiler season, people were most interested in the Amber underdog of Angel.
Yes.
But in terms of the standouts, it really is Christopher Robin, the highest performing, most consistently showing up in 4 copies in a lot of these Amethyst Steel decks. And then some White Rabbits as well would be the two standout performers.
Yeah, helping out against Blurple, I think, really. Like, both for Amethyst Steel and Ruby Amethyst, it's one of the only new cards I've taken onto my red-purple builds just because it's just going to help out that Sapphire matchup so much.
You need to establish a fast clock in those matchups. All those matchups, or they will run away with the game at an alarming pace. You think of them as being quite slow. They are not that. They will find a way to interact very, very quickly. If you can't play a 2-questing character on your first turn, going second into a lot of them, yeah, it's a big issue. Christopher Robin, obviously, a massive help.
And we're going wide. A couple of copies of the Forceful Duelist Captain Hook. He's a 1-2 with Challenger 2, so very efficient at making trades. That Christopher Robin's going to go on a little quest to lawfully Fear.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, in terms of what you can do on your second turn in this matchup, you must be happy with 2 copies of Captain Hook. Typically, playing something like one of those, well, often it's a Calhoun. In Fear's list, it would be a Pocahontas. 2 challengers is better than 1 when you're going second against an aggressive deck like Dogs.
Against something like Dogs, that is going to probably the best at going wide in general.
Yeah.
So you want to be able to match that as well as you can. Have a quick look at the hand for Eric. Thank you.
We see another game for Eric, though, without a turn 2 Grandmother Willow, which, you know, we know that enables the most explosive openers. No 3-cost character for Fear on turn 3, though. That is it can be a big issue. I mean, fortunately, there's a couple of hooks to do the job, but...
She did ink the genie just there.
Raises the question, how many docks are in that hand?
Docks or just uninkables in general, right? That says to me, yeah, like there's too much danger there to be had from inking. So maybe she doesn't have any other ink in general. Maybe that was it. I don't know.
No,
I haven't seen the hand.
It absolutely does happen. These docks seem to move in groups.
Yeah, one good dock deserves another.
It seems to.
Inking Adela's Moon Lullaby, which is absolutely in the deck list, chat.
Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. That is another card. We didn't call it out when we were reviewing the deck lists, but that is absolutely not in every one of these
You are very right. Part of the furniture in Emerald Sapphire builds. But yeah, here we have Eric with a bit of a slightly different take on Dogs. I'd say 80% of the build is pretty cookie cutter, but some spice in here, and it's clearly served him well.
Fear, while missing the 3-cost character on turn 3, does not miss a turn 4 Angel. Highly effective in game 1. Let's see what it can achieve in game 2. Options on the board for removing something like a Lilo. We could take care of one of the Bobbies and start to just bring this board back under control a little bit. And cards like Angel benefit a lot from things like Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman on the other side of the table. Fear will gladly accept additional cards because they will be thrown directly at Eric's Dogs.
You're absolutely right. That's looking to throw snowballs at these little puppies. Is Angel the most impactful Winter Spell card of the weekend, LD?
Well, it's certainly...
It's that or Robin, right?
It's certainly in the conversation. Angel's certainly the most impactful legendary. Many people had eyes on Moana, but Angel is the standout high performer, certainly amongst the legendary cards. Overall, it's a really good spread. You know, with Grandmother Willow, you'd have to say is one of the most relevant cards for sure. Probably the highest performer. Certainly having the most, I want to say disruptive, was not particularly disruptive, having the biggest impact on the metagame, changing things up. Introducing entirely new play patterns to some of these decks.
Absolutely, opening up new ink combinations, and anytime you can get creative with deck building, you know the game devs have done a good job.
Absolutely. And while we pointed out in game 1 that Fear was so able to build a really resilient board against an Under the Sea, we can see that isn't the case now. Of course, Angel, not susceptible to Under the Sea. We're going to have to see what these tramps find, because Fear has a lot of characters in play that will go away to an Under the Sea, and we know that Eric has enough characters in play to sing it right away if one is found.
And this tramp, which of course you pay 1 less ink to play him for every other character on the board, and with 6 characters on board, only had to exert 1 ink and then draws 6 cards as a result. So again, getting to craft our hand exactly the way we want it. What are we throwing away? A Donald, a Mulan, a Lilo, a Lady. Throwing away Big Lady is certainly a decision. I'm guessing that final card is of high value.
Eric really, really wanted to find it Under the Sea there, I would bet. And 2 tramps in the same turn. I don't want to talk too loudly about what's in the hands.
Yeah.
But they I would wager that was what's being searched for.
Excellent. Let's see how it happens. Lady Decisive Dog thinking about maybe a little challenge. Of course, she gains 1 strength every time you play another character. And we played a couple of tramps this turn. Was there a 3rd character that we played? No, that's why we had to challenge with both characters, because she's only hitting for 2 and the Bobby's hitting for 1 to get rid of that Christopher Robin.
Even if that exchange hasn't gone quite to plan for Eric, Tramp is a hard card for Amethyst Steel to remove.
Yes, it certainly is.
6 willpower is tough. 2 times 6 willpower is significantly tougher.
Have we seen any strength so far? Did we ink or discard any? I don't think so this game.
We saw one inked in game 1. I don't think we have yet. I could be wrong.
We have 4 characters on board at the moment. That Christopher Robin is in the discard, so we would need 2 more bodies to be able to cleanly strength this tramp if we have strength. Again, Fia playing pretty close to a chest and can't blame her.
Nope. Of course, there are options for discard to Angel this turn. Again, that lady with 1 damage on it looks like a particularly appealing option if you are looking to discard something and activate Angel. One of the great advantages of this is, of course, with Angel and an effect like this where you can discard a card to it to deal some damage, giving you a way of removing characters without exerting your own, so not opening up any good trades on the way back.
And let's bear in mind as well, Eric playing copies of Go to Margot, who on play you can pay another 2 ink to gain lore equal to the damage on a chosen character. So obviously you can hold some damage yourself with these big bodies like Tramp and Donald Duck, etc. But you've got to respect it. Again, this is open deck list. Sophia is aware. Down comes the Elsa 5th Spirit. We're going to exert the Perfect Gentleman. Donald Duck. Also, of course, having Rush as well. So a couple of options. Could get rid of the Lady, the Bobby, the Lilo. I think the Lady and the Lilo are 2 of the bigger priorities. Captain Hook going to go into the Duck. Yeah, who's going to finish it?
Maybe, so there's a challenge available for Elsa there to finish off the Donald Duck. Also could be an Angel discard.
Going to discard a Genie. That's got to be telling about the other card in hand, right?
Absolutely. I think one of the things Fia might really like to do here is find a way of getting rid of that last card to give Angel resist +2 again, and then find a good challenge there. Of course, if there are any Tramp shenanigans going on or anything from hand, Fia could still lose the Angel there, but look at Eric's board. Everything 2 strength or less. A character with resist 2 is going to survive everything.
And Fia just cleaning up just a couple of big, I say just a couple of big tramps. That's not just, that's pretty good to have. Let's be real, but still a very impressive board. Half clear.
Yeah, certainly the one mitigating factor for how good these tramps are right now is Eric's lore total. So when the Dogs player is a little further ahead, 2 tramps really can start to look like the end of the game. But with Eric only being on 3 lore, it's still a long way to go. Plenty of turns, plenty of draws for Fia. Still anybody's game.
Again, top 4 tensions are high. It's been a long weekend of Lorcana. Still plenty of time on the clock. Fia is 1 game up as it stands. Go to Margot being discarded, courtesy of the Bobby Zimaruski, the Cheese Spray Kid.
Some challenging going on with these tramps. And look at this back and forward again. Just when it looked like Fia had regained control of the board, it's taken away so quickly.
Yeah, Dogs can go wide very, very well. No Yzma on the board for card draw. You're gotta hope that we have a Doc. A Demona would be a little risky. Refueling Eric's hand as well.
Yeah, that's one of the cards I wanted to draw some attention to. Is Demona one of those cards which is a core part of the game plan for Amethyst Steel now, but doesn't look quite as good when you're against something like Dogs, which is so good at emptying its own hand, often enabling them to draw 3 cards as well. Is super tough, but it's still looks so appealing with the effect to exert the entire board. There are often spots where even when it gives your opponent 3 cards, it opens up a full board clear for you, so you do it anyway.
So it doesn't matter. But like, sure, have your cards, but I just won the board. And I drew as well. So
yeah, yeah, you're pretty happy with that exchange.
Yeah.
Draw 2 cards, clear the board, not bad for 6 ink.
It's like when we had a Whole New World, right? If you were singing Whole New World and then immediately getting to play these cards, it was great. But if you play it and then your opponent gets to be the first player to capitalize on it, then maybe not so much. It's similar to Be Prepared in that reign, where if you were playing it on 7 and then your opponent gets to be the first player to re-establish the board. So these things matter.
They really, really do. Yeah, major, major shifts depending on when those cards are played. And exactly how they're played as well. Yeah, Demona certainly one of the more complex ones. We've had to navigate quite a few Demona mirror matches this weekend, and yeah, those get pretty complex. You want to be the first, but you want to be the second person to play a Demona, typically.
Typically.
Unless you don't, which we've seen that there have been plenty of cases for both.
If you can wipe the board, I think more often than not you're good. But
Yes.
if not, and your opponent then just plays their own Demona and locks you down, then yeah, it can be bad. Strength for a Raging Fire, is that a hard cast? I'm not seeing anything exert for it. So yeah,
I think it might be a discard to Angel.
oh, was that discard? Okay, fair enough. That's also reasonable.
Yep, Sophia again playing to end the turn empty-handed, so that this Angel is not vulnerable to challenges on the way back.
Ready, set, draw for Eric. 4 ink, more than probably. That's probably as far as we'll go. I've seen Dogged players go as far as 2 and win tournaments.
2 Lilos potentially being played from the discard here. Having a good think about that.
You do need to make this choice before you draw. If you draw for turn, then it is too late. Finds the Donald Duck.
Made the choice not to play the Lilos and immediately rewarded, which is good. And it's a pass straight over.
Yeah, needs to, again, it's a combo deck, right? The more characters we've got on board, our tramps are cheaper. We want to draw some cards and then hopefully let tramp draw more. But because the thing is, if you have no hand and then you play tramp, you discard all the cards that you just drew, right? So sure, you're finning, but you're not searching for cards.
No, absolutely. And as we remarked on before, Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, it is a mirrored effect. And right now, Fia is certainly not unhappy about the extra cards. But one thing we might... Removing it, drawing a Strength of a Raging Fire from Genie for turn. It's a great sequence of draws for Fia. One of the interesting interactions that could come up between Angel and Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman is obviously you make your decisions to end the turn empty-handed. My Angel has resist. We go to the start of the opponent's turn. Both players draw a card. Angel loses resist.
Suddenly it's gone, and it's gone.
You have to keep that in mind with your decision whether or not you want that extra card.
I was just going to say, because it is a May, you don't have to draw the card, but it's hard to pass up drawing cards, right, LD? Like,
yes.
I like drawing cards.
I know very well. It is, yeah.
No Lilos once again. Oh, but here she is.
Another one.
Escaping from the deck, being summoned straight to the board. This escape artist at the end of your, sorry, at the start of your turn, if she's in your discard, you can play her for free. You can, sorry, not play her for free. You play her, but she enters play exerted. But you have to make that choice before you draw for turn. If you've drawn for turn, you have missed the timing.
Another Genie drawn by Fia. It's a fantastic timely draw again when you're empty-handed. Being able to play a character plus, at the very least, discard something else to Angel. It's exactly what Fia wants to see.
And this is a 2-turn clock now on the board for Fia.
It sure is.
Is it that she doesn't? I don't think she has game next turn. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this does present game. Yeah. So Eric's gonna have to do something here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. We ready to close it out. Fia is ready to take this one home and proceed to the finals. But can Eric remove something? I think if you remove just one law, then you're Gucci.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough choice this turn. We'll have to assume that we won't see multiple of those Lilos come back. Something has to be drawn that's going to enable some effective challenging.
Needs an Under the Sea, I think. Even that, yeah. Guess what? Yeah, Under the Sea is the high roll here.
Holding 3 ink there. Might have been a Nani for turn. Might have been a Chromicon. Oh, it's a tramp.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's a good one.
2, 3, 4.
Off the top of the deck, they're obviously all discarded right away.
Absolutely, because we have no cards in hand. So, and that's it.
That's the game.
Fia White beats Eric 2-0 and is progressing to the grand finals. What a fantastic performance. My God, what a match. And Eric, a really incredible player, very well respected among the Lorcana community. Yep. Fia should be elated to have taken that down. So happy for her. What a performance across the weekend. Again, like I say, someone I've met a couple of times. She is so lovely. Every time I go outside, I see her talking to people, a smile on her face as you walk by. She's, hi, how are you? How's your day been? She is a wonderful human being and knows one thing or two about playing cards.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, a phenomenal performance by both players there. Really want to draw attention to that as well. Of course, we're super excited for everyone that advances at this stage and very much looking forward to a great final at this point. But yeah, really good display put on by both players there and showing, you know, that is a matchup where Amethyst Steel is favoured. Yep. And certainly Fia placing higher in the standings means going first. So a favoured matchup becomes very favoured.
But she earned that. That's why I like seeding. Like, you earn that
Absolutely.
right to be on the play for top cut. And then you get these situations, especially at events like this or DLCs, where some players are like, okay, I'm locked. Do I ID or do I want the higher seeding? Because being on the play is pretty good.
One loss over the entire weekend for Fia so far.
I'd love to know. I'm going to have to find out who that was. What did you lose to, Fia? Doesn't matter. You are in the grand finals. Not sure who she's going up against, but we do know.
We do know something.
It will be against Emerald Sapphire, because our other semi-final match was an Emerald Sapphire mirror match. So Fia will be taking her Purple Steel match into the deck that came first and second in Richmond. Again, that was last format, but the deck's very largely looking the same. A few additions from Winter Spell. So it is going to be a tough challenge. She's going to have to claw her way through, but I wish her nothing but the best.
Absolutely, yep. So going to be a super interesting one. Obviously finding a reasonably favoured matchup there.
Yep.
This next one is it's not favoured.
Different story.
On paper, it is going to be a tougher battle for Fia, but based on what we've seen so far, I reckon she can do it.
I think she can as well. And I know the Lorcana community are going to be super proud of her. And I know the Lorcana girlies are going to be absolutely elated for her again.
Yep.
It's great to see representation across the Disney Lorcana trading card game. People of all genders, ethnicities, believe, like everything coming together. Disney Lorcana trading card game is for everybody. There is a place for you here. And we're so happy and grateful to get to showcase that.
Absolutely, yeah, it's fantastic. And like you say, you highlight the UK and Ireland Lorcana girlies, fantastic group. Yeah, of people that are super happy. We're all happy to see Fia
Absolutely
succeed.
That's the great part about the community. Look how happy everyone is for them.
They'll be exceptionally happy.
LD, this is my sign-off, guys. This is my sign-off. It's been an incredible weekend. I'm so grateful and humbled to be here, to get the chance to work with two up-and-coming casters that I'm so happy to see here. LD, it's been a genuine pleasure to work with you, my friend. Genuinely, I think the world of you. I'm so happy to see you up in this space. I think you fit in perfectly like a glove, like a fish to water. And I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you are.
I am, and it is a great privilege to get to do this alongside you as well. Like you say, a long time coming, and yeah, a great fun to do it alongside someone who is so seasoned, but also a good friend. So
you're
yeah,
very kind, and hey, it doesn't help when you do secret Lorcana testing together, does it either?
No,
but yeah,
that
does help. But it's going to be the sign off from me. You might see me right at the end for a little wave, but maybe not. It depends what sort of time we finish. But if that is from me, thank you so much for having me. I leave you in the incredibly capable hands of LD and Jen. We're going to be going to a very, very short break. We've got the finals coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. Be prepared. We'll see you soon.
Back to the CCQ here in Leicester with Axion now. We are about to go into our final round of the day with two incredibly fierce players. I am so excited. How about you?
I am extremely excited. We've watched a journey all the way through. We started yesterday on Saturday, 237 players in the field. Day 2, we cut that down to just 52 who played down to our top 16 elimination. Now that's been whittled down to our 2 final competitors. One of these players will be going to the European Championship.
Absolutely. I am so incredibly excited to see the match we've got coming up for you. And as we know, we have open deck lists now, and we have already, I think, seen both of these players on the feature table already. So you will recognize them, which will be very nice. But yes, let's recap our weekend, I think, before we go into this final. So on Saturday, we had 7 rounds, Swiss rounds of core constructed best of 3 matches. And after those 7 rounds, all of the players with 15 or more match points moved on to day 2.
Absolutely. Commencing again this morning, 3 more rounds of Swiss for all players on that 15-point record or greater, followed by a cut to our top 16 single elimination bracket, which I believe we can have a little look at now. Here are all of our players who qualified for the top 16. We saw a very, very good spread of decks. One of the narratives across the weekend was the continued high performance of the Amber Emerald Dogs deck. 9% of the field on day 1, 13% of the field on day 2, and 25% of the field at the top 16. However, none in our final.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely crazy. And so we can see here our 2 finalists that we're going into were 2nd and 4th going into the top 16. And we've just obviously seen Fear there in that previous round on the feature table, absolutely smashing it, playing so incredibly well from both players, of course, playing. All of these players are so strong. They've had such a successful weekend, and yeah, it's just absolute props to all of the players that we've had here this weekend. But obviously, you know, it's such a feat to get this far, and also just a feat of like stamina, you know?
It really, really is. And I tell you what, you get. It's a feat of stamina, as you point out. The players playing a lot of rounds of Disney Lorcana over the 2 days. Then you get towards these final rounds. The heart really starts to race.
Oh,
high
yes.
adrenaline. There's a lot on the line here.
Absolutely.
Both players know it.
Lot on the line, and we can just have a little reminder of our prizing that all of these wonderful players have been working towards this weekend. So our 9th to 16th players have gotten the booster display and the Illumineers Quest sleeves.
5th through 8th took home 2 booster displays each, a Mulan DLC promo, event playmat as we see pictured, and the Illumineers Quest sleeves.
Yes, our 3rd and 4th players got the sleeves, the playmat, the Simba and Mulan promos, 2 booster displays, and a £250 travel bursary to their next tournament.
Yep, 2nd place here. So even if one of our players will lose this game, whoever loses this game still goes away with a £500 travel bursary to get them to their next DLC or equivalent event, which is fantastic. Going to get a second chance even if they don't quite make it now, along with all of the pricing from before, plus a DLC promo Elsa.
Yes, and our 1st place winner, who we are soon going to have, our champion of this CCQ this weekend, will get the £1,000 travel bursary alongside all of the other wonderful things, the promos, the playmat, the sleeves, a trophy courtesy of our wonderful hosts Axion now, which we have shown on the stream and we will show again. It's in a box currently, but apparently I'm showing it.
Baker got a little scared of breaking it.
He got scared, I think.
He
was worried it was going to go off the table, but I mean, whilst we're talking, I can see if I can get it out of the box again to show you.
Someone. I think it should be out.
Yeah, but they also, of course, most importantly, they get that invitation to the European Championship.
Absolutely, and it should be noted that for whichever player qualifies, the journey does not end there. The European Championship qualifies for the World Championship, the absolute pinnacle of Disney Lorcana competition.
Absolutely, you're incredibly correct. And here we have our wonderful trophy that our #1 champion player today will take home. Just that wonderful physical reminder of this feat that they will have achieved this weekend. So incredibly impressive. Very strong players. It's been such an incredibly exciting weekend. And I think let's have a look at both of these players' deck lists here.
So, two very, very different decks and two very, very different stories across the weekend. First of all, a player that we've been fortunate enough to see a lot of on camera, Fia White, playing Amethyst Steel, really showing the strength of some of these new inclusions from Winterspell. Pocahontas following the wind, filling that Calhoun slot in the deck to find something a bit more proactive. We've watched Fia navigate a couple of matchups where that Pocahontas can't shine. Now she finds herself in one where it absolutely can. It really, really excels, gaining strong amount of early lore and finding late lore bursts in combination with Genie, Magical Researcher, or indeed in combination with something like your opponent's own Prince Philip or similar.
Very much so. That Pocahontas has been a very fun card to see her play this weekend. Not seen much play anywhere else. So it's been really, really interesting seeing it in force this weekend in Fia's deck. So yeah, and I mean, I really, really like this build that she's put together
Very
here
creative.
of this. Yes, really creative, but also, of course, also still got all of those staple Amethyst and Steel cards. You know,
Absolutely.
you've got your Steel Dark Bold Knight. You've got to have it if you're playing Steel.
You do.
You know, you've got your Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, of course. I mean, we know Amethyst has good cards.
It
you know,
sure does.
We've got Cheshire Cat, we've got Demona, we've got Genie, Wish Fulfilled, we've got Olaf, Helping Hand, which has done so much this weekend for several players. And yes, I really, really like this build.
Yeah, another one of the standouts that just seems to be the final piece in this engine for this deck. Angel, Experiment 624. Fia has been putting on a clinic for how this card can be used. There's a lot to learn in these games if you're considering playing Angel yourself in this deck or another. Really, just having that ability to discard. Obviously, this is a zero-cost ability. Just finding extra ways to get rid of those cards and empty your hand out for Doc, for Yzma, for Demona.
Absolutely. And of course, having a look here at Kyle Wilson's deck, here we've got the Sapphire Emerald, another very, very fierce deck, which we knew kind of going into this has been a little bit of an underdog, but it's really exciting to see it shine. And of course, we know we have that Prince Philip, Malicious, Mean and Scary combo,
Yes.
which of course Fia will be anticipating. Of course, she knows this deck list. She's seen it beforehand. They've both seen each other's deck lists. So yeah, she'll be very much anticipating that going forward into this game.
Yep, Fia's deck showcasing lots of new Winterspell tools. Kyle's deck, the reigning sort of top of the previous format, one of the most successful decks at the DLC level. So who is going to come out on top today? Will it be the new challenger or the existing blue-green sort of high contender?
Absolutely. I am so incredibly excited to see this match. I've been buzzing at the last few rounds. Like, truly, I've been buzzing all weekend, but I have been really, really buzzing this past couple of matches. And I'm so excited about these top two players. So I think they're ready, and
Absolutely.
I think we're ready. So let's
Let's
to
get
it.
down to it.
Here we have Fia White and Kyle Wilson ready to play this final match, final round of our CCQ here at Leicester City Football Stadium. I am so excited. I can't stop moving. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to watch this.
The full weekend has been building to this. Let's see. Fia obviously higher in the standings, going to get to go first.
Yes, she got that seed, that top seed, which we did talk about earlier, but for anyone who is unaware, do you want to just go through how the seeding works?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we were looking at the schedule for the weekend, we noted that all the players on 15 points or above, you get 3 match points for a win, 1 point for a draw, 15 points needed to advance to day 2, and then at the end of the 3 extra Swiss rounds on day 2, we break. Top 16 on points go through. The more points you earned across the weekend, the higher you were in the standings. So Fia's record, very, very strong there, meaning that Fia's going to get to go first. If you earn more points, you get to choose.
Absolutely well explained. And there we see that Pocahontas that we were talking about before, following the wind, a brand new Winterspell card there. And of course, on Kyle's time, we had that classic Tipo, Growing Sun, of course, a staple in the any Sapphire build to get that ink ramp going.
Absolutely. One thing that we do see missing on Kyle's side of the opening, a no one-cost Clarabelle. We do tend to see these decks establish that nice and early so that they have a shift target. We've noted it a few times that shifting a Clarabelle on turn 4, usually the 5 ink turn following a Tipo or Sail, very, very important part of Kyle's deck's game plan.
Yes, absolutely. So that is an unfortunate start for Kyle here, but having the Tipo, obviously very, very good. and hasn't hopefully won't have pulled him back too much. And we see that Cinderella dream come true coming down there, which will get that extra ramp at the end of turn. Of course, she is a princess, and so she does proc her own ability.
Yes.
So Kyle has can put a card from his hand into the inkwell to enable him to draw a card, which I do think it is an optional thing. You don't have to do it because it is a you may ability.
Yeah, there are situations where you might want to consider not, but it's generally such a strong proposition that you're often taking it. We do see most of the pieces of that Prince Philip combo in Kyle's hand.
Yes, we do, which I'm sure Fia is well aware of.
Yeah, Fia will know that that is absolutely what Kyle wants to do in this matchup, almost more than any other, simply because, as we've noted in some previous rounds, Amethyst Steel, one of the it doesn't have too many holes in its game plan. One of them is that it can't really delay or prevent a lot of these combos. It has to find some alternative things to do into it, like playing Olafs, so that when the Malicious, Mean and Scary is played, 1 damage placed on the Olaf first, we get to rescue something to hand before that combo goes off. So you really have to build your own creative solution to this one-sided board clear.
Absolutely, and we did see Kyle after a little bit of debating, did decide to put that extra card into the inkwell from the Cinderella and draw a card. And now we're seeing Fia rocketing straight up to 9 lore there by questing with Christopher Robin, and then also questing with Pocahontas, who of course her ability allows, she quests for her own 1 lore, but then she can also gain lore equal to another exerted character there, so able to choose that extra 2 lore from the Christopher Robin.
Really interesting couple of turns from Fia. Certainly not what you would expect to see, having to play that Christopher Robin on turn 3 rather than a 3-cost character, which is generally going to be a bit more valuable, put into play. And then on turn 4, not playing a 4-cost character, hard casting a Strength for a Raging Fire onto the Cinderella. It looks like a strange line, but with this Pocahontas in combination with Christopher Robin, what Fia's done there is remove the only challenger that was going to be able to remove the Pocahontas, ensuring another strong turn of questing.
You're absolutely right. Unfortunately, Kyle does have that other Cinderella in hand that has gotten down, but she's definitely delayed Kyle a little bit with that Strength for Raging Fire. And you're right. I think it's getting rid of that Cinderella was very important. I think, because she has protected her board here somewhat.
Yes, so this second Cinderella actually very, very important for Kyle. One of the things his deck wants to do is, in a timely manner, reach 9 ink with an active Singer for Malicious, Mean and Scary. Cinderella going to have to find something to ink for this turn, and then going to have to ink with Cinderella. But the constraining factor here is the number of cards in hand. Kyle does not have too many choices for what he inks. There is really no good choice open for what you might want to ink here in terms of what Kyle's going to do. So have to get that ink total going by using Cinderella at the end of turn, but then that means no 9 ink for next turn, which he really, really did want to see.
Absolutely, you are correct. So I think we're going back into Fia's turn here. It's really, Fia
now finding the genie.
Yeah, get that genie, get that extra card in hand, quest with the Christopher Robin, potentially then allowing her to do that extra quest, which I think is what's happening with the Pocahontas, to get another 3 lore.
Wow, yeah.
Rocketing up to 15.
Going to take the quest as well with Captain Hook. 16 already looking like a very strong lore total for Fia. We know that there are giant cobras in the deck. We know that we need to get to this threshold where we expect somewhere around the turns like this, Kyle will retake control of the board through one-sided board clear or another. Fia needs to get within a good lore range to close the game out quickly using giant cobras and other forms of reach.
Absolutely. A little bit of a tricky situation here for Kyle. You can see he's really, really thinking about what's the best approach here. There's quite a lot on Fia's board. Not huge bodies, but still difficult to get rid of in his current situation. And of course, having rocketed up to 16 lore so very quickly for Fia, this is a tricky situation. I mean, if you were Kyle in this scenario, what would you be hoping for?
So That is a tough question.
Yes, it is a tough question. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely right to ask the questions like that. One of the things that what Kyle really wants this turn is the option to sing a Malicious Meaning Scary and play a 9-cost Prince Philip. As we noted on the last turn, the constrained amount of cards he had in hand meant that we couldn't ink for turn plus have a Cinderella activation without sending away at least one of those key cards. So it all gets delayed by a turn. We have to play another Cinderella. Kyle has to find an answer for this turn. Going to play Hardcast 1 Malicious Meaning Scary, sing the second. That's going to remove Pogontis and Captain Hook.
Wow, and we did see a double Malicious Meaning Scary earlier as well, but you don't always see that happen. But I understand that choice. I really do, and I could see he had both in hand, and it's wow. Yeah, so that's immediately cleared so much of Fia's board. Of course, Genie's still there, but with the 2 damage, which makes him immediately easier to remove if Kyle can get an evasive on board to challenge it, or yeah,
so notably, if Kyle was to play the Prince Philip next turn, damage Genie, of course, going to be banished. Fia plays another Genie, says, okay, you're going to have to remove my damaged Genie and my undamaged one. I think for Kyle, it was all just one turn too slow.
I think you're right. And she's gone up to 18 lore there, questing with that damaged Genie. Inking a Captain Hook there and passing turn. I do think you're right. I think, unfortunately, Kyle just on the back foot there. One turn behind. Not quite enough. Under the sea.
Under the sea will do it. That's pretty much the one out to this situation. However, it is simply buying time for Kyle. That's all that's going on here. We know, no ways to reduce Fia's lore total, and Fia has reached that all-important 18. As soon as a Giant Cobra is drawn, Fia will be able to close the game out. It's all a matter of time. How many turns will it take to find something like that? Indeed, could Fia make another Genie or something stick for a turn to find one more quest? Once you reach 18, and you're so far ahead in the game, it's quite easy to find a way out. So even though Kyle finds the perfect answer, Fia's still in a strong position.
Absolutely. So Kyle doing You're Welcome on his own character there in order to get that draw. He's got another Malicious Meaning Scary in hand, I can see there. I didn't quite see what the other one was.
Yeah, so that's 3 of those Malicious Meaning Scaries now accounted for.
But as you say, you're absolutely correct that if Fia were to get a Giant Cobra at this point, that's it.
And because we know that Giant Cobra on its own is so good, Fia can start doing things like this. Let's just Demona. There's no need to worry about the opponent's number of cards in hand because we are simply looking for one specific out. There is one thing that Fia absolutely would not want. I'm just reviewing the deck list just to make sure. Yes, in Kyle's list, 2 copies of Bend to My Will. That's the one thing that could punish this line that Fia's taken here.
Yes, yeah, she really, really doesn't want to see that right now, and Kyle really, really does.
However, he would need to play it in addition to removing the Demona that's threatening to quest for 2 on its own. Multiple routes to ending the game for Fia.
Yes, absolutely. So she's got those bodies on board. I mean, those 2 alone, of course, could get her to 20 lore. If Kyle cannot deal with them, I can see that he's got a Hades Infernal Schemer in hand, so we know that he can deal with at least 1.
Yep.
And I think that's about to... No, we got the Basil. Bouncing the Demona back to hand. Okay.
Interesting.
Singing a Malicious Meaning Scary, get rid of it.
Remove
and
the
a good
Olaf.
as well. Very, very astute play to do it in that order, of course.
Good
as well.
sequencing.
Yeah.
You expect to see nothing less at this stage of the competition.
Of course, absolutely. Such strong players.
As we mentioned before, these are all great plays. They're all answering Fia's board, but they're not, still firmly behind on lore. It's a matter of time for Fia. It really is going to come down to when can we find this Giant Cobra.
Yes, and we know. She knows that's the card that she's looking for, and she did the Hades looking for a deal. Kyle let her draw those 2 cards.
Ink, 3, Cobra.
There
we
go.
go.
And Kyle knew it. That was as soon as she exerted that 3 ink, he knew exactly what was coming down, and that is wild.
Game 1 going to Fia. Wow, what a performance.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for Kyle there, as we said, just felt like he was 1 turn behind, which was really, really rough on the back foot there. Hopefully he'll get a bit of a better start. He will be going first in this next game. So
Absolutely.
hopefully that will give him a little bit more of an advantage, and fingers crossed he does see that one drop that he so desperately needed in the previous game.
Yeah, so didn't see too much in the way of the Clarabelle shift options.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm just reviewing.
Yes.
I wonder if I've been saying something silly.
Oh.
I don't see one-cost Clarabelle in Kyle's list. It's not there. That's why he's not playing it on turn one.
That's why he's not
That would
playing
explain why it's not
it.
being played on turn one.
Well, I didn't even pick that up. Yeah, he's got
I'm
the.
so
he's got
used to
the,
seeing them together.
Yes, he's got the. Is that the 3-drop Clarabelle?
Yes.
The light
No,
on.
no, that's the
No,
7.
that's
That's the
the 7 cost.
Yep.
Okay, what's the name of the 3-drop one? I'm getting them all mixed up
Now
in
you're
my head
asking me a
now.
question.
Getting them all mixed up in my head.
No, apologies for that, chat. I completely overlooked the fact that we don't have one-cost Clarabelle in this list. Kyle opting to play cards like Moana and
really
simply just
interesting.
aggressively ramping towards that 7-cost Clarabelle. Just play it as a 7-drop.
I mean, how do you feel about that? I don't think that is done very often, that you play the shift Clarabelle, but you don't play the little one.
Well, I see it so infrequently that I've completely
Yeah.
overlooked the fact it could have even happened.
I didn't even register it either.
It's obviously working very, very well for Kyle this weekend. It's one of those cards that, you would think that the deck building cost of including the one-cost Clarabelle is not too high. It gives you extra outs to items. But Kyle saying, you know what? I just purely want to draw things that are fantastic top decks in the late game. How can I try to reduce the number of some of these effects in my deck?
Absolutely. I do think you're right that he's kind of hoping for, obviously, to be able to really get that ink ramp going that we know Sapphire does so incredibly well. And notably, of course, playing that Moana Curious Explorer, which is I believe is the new Moana. As I can see, someone in the chat has pointed that out, that he plays that new Moana, which of course is able to ink cards from the discard. So can just lend to that ink ramping there to be able to play something like your Clarabelle.
Yeah, really important for
quicker.
that. Really important for that bridging turn between Cinderella and Clarabelle. So the other great effect of Moana is, of course, it's a princess. It's a fantastic follow-up to Cinderella in terms of getting you to that all-important 9 ink.
Absolutely. Right. So I think we're doing the mulligan here. So,
6 cards back for Kyle.
I think, they both will be looking for very specific cards in this mulligan, knowing what they're up against. But I love that. Having a laugh, enjoying the experience still, it's high stakes, and it's really easy to get super stressed in these situations, but props to both of them, just enjoying the experience.
Yeah, and lots of these players, they will have prepared extensively for this tournament, but even when you have complete confidence in your deck, you've practiced a lot, you're going into a field of somewhere around 250 players, you almost don't dare to dream of being the one in that final, and when it comes along, can be a very intimidating moment. It's so fun, such a unique experience to have, but your heart rate's going. It can be hard to sort of make all of those decisions in a really calm and level-headed way when playing at this level. So I think it's so important that the players continue to have fun and just ground themselves and think, you know what, at the end of the day, high-stakes game, but I'm here to play the game that I love.
Truly, exactly. And as you said before, this weekend, that is what we're all here for, is for this game that we know and love. So, going into our second game of this round, if you're just joining us, we're in the final here of the CCQ in Leicester with Axion now. We're going to our third game here. So
we do see the 1-cost Basil. We know that Kyle is playing the 6-cost Shift Basil as well, which we saw him used a really, really good effect in an earlier round against a deck like Fears. It could be very good just for contesting the board. Not too many ways to challenge effectively in the early game for this Emerald Sapphire deck, but a shifted Basil on an early turn will absolutely help you do that, presenting well-sized body that can largely take out any of the early drops for Fears deck.
Definitely, and of course has the support, which can be used to buff. Perfect example. Tipo. That's definitely a good shout there. And of course, Kyle getting that ramp. We've got a Christopher Robin underdog on Fear's side. I bet she was happy to see that.
Absolutely. So if you're going second, that's what you want to see, 100%. And we saw in that last game, even though they weren't played out exactly on curve, exactly how you would want, Christopher Robin into the 2-cost Pocahontas. it's among the best things you can do to establish a very fast clock.
Yes, and another Christopher Robin, not the
Two
Pocahontas.
of them not too bad.
Yeah, not the Pocahontas, unfortunately, which obviously I have been really enjoying seeing that card, but could be worse.
Yeah.
Could be better, could be worse, you know.
Fia with a tough choice here. Fia really wants to
Yeah.
begin questing as early as possible. A quest with this Christopher Robin, though, invites the quest with Basil, support Tipo, banish Christopher Robin with Tipo, leaving both of Kyle's characters in play. So that in turn would enable some good trades back, but Fia has to think very carefully about whether now is the time to commence questing.
Yes, definitely. We've got that Cinderella dream come true coming down on Kyle's board, just further ramping that ink for him to be able to get those big plays down, still with the Basil on board. So, of course, we know that shift Basil might be coming.
Absolutely. And I'm not too sure what the sort of optimal route here is for Fia.
No,
We
me
could
neither.
start thinking about Genie Magical Researcher is a very good one. Over
Love
the
it.
course of the game, we've seen Fia use this card really well so far. Slowly boost it up. 1 ink investment every turn. Let's get to a point where we can quest for 3, 4, even 5 with it alongside a Pocahontas, and we can think about taking full control in that lore race in 1 turn.
Yes, that would be absolutely wonderful at this point, but we can see she's thinking, she didn't get that Pocahontas yet. Maybe she'll get it. Who knows? There's still time. Maybe she'll get it in the next turn, but I don't think currently she doesn't seem to have it, which is a shame, but fingers crossed, maybe we'll see it soon.
I think Fia carefully assessing the questing decision that's available here. It didn't look too good last turn, I must say, from my perspective. It doesn't look too much better this turn. However, I've been wrong on many occasions and where Fia has found a better line than I have. And here we go. Fia says it's time to begin questing.
Absolutely. It's a risk, but clearly a risk that she thinks is worth taking. If you're just joining us on the stream, we are in our final here. We're in our second game, Fia having won the first one very triumphantly. But as you can see, Kyle definitely off to a very good start here in this second game, having gone first.
Yeah, only really going to be able to easily remove one of those Christopher Robins this turn. Of course, Basil can support something, but it's only going to put one of them in range for a singular good challenge on one of these Christopher Robins. It's certainly one of them will survive. However, playing the second Basil as well, now multiple options the following turn for Kyle to find some great challenges if Fia continues questing.
Absolutely, and we saw he quested with the Basil there to give the support to the Tipo, which then took out that Christopher Robin. Understandably, a big quester. You gotta get rid of him, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but we still have this other Christopher Robin and a Genie Magical Researcher, one of the new Winter Spell cards with its boost ability on board for Fia still. So...
Absolutely. Basil, one of those cards that's just been such a consistent force in the metagame and so unsuspecting. This 1-cost 2/1 with support that just has such a huge effect on the games that it's played in versus not played in. We've seen it do tremendous things in Amethyst Sapphire. Now Kyle using it the same way here, as you very correctly pointed out earlier. Basil on turn 1. Let's ramp with Tipo on turn 2. Suddenly we have something that can challenge for 3, and we skipped ahead on ink. Hard to think of a much better opener than that.
Yeah, you're right. And we see there's the Angel Experiment 624 coming down there, which we've seen put in so much work this weekend. Also, Fia herself has put in a lot of work. And there's the Strength of a Raging Fire there. Get rid of that, Basil. Get rid of him before he can do anything.
Yeah, so for all we've just talked about the strength of Basil,
I know.
Angel, a very good answer. And Fia can discard cards to start to get some of those troublesome characters off the board.
Oh, yes. Both of them gone. Both those Basils gone. I do not blame her for prioritizing getting rid of those Basils because they can be so very powerful.
They can. They seem like they do nothing until they do everything.
Exactly,
so
yes.
You really do have to take those opportunities to clean them up. And now with an Angel in play, Fia finds herself in a reasonable spot in the game. We can start to try and think about progressing towards a turn with Demona. Maybe, we go Angel activation into Demona, something like that, and then find some good challenges with the Genie. There are routes to take control back of this board. Moana in this particular spot is, the most relevant part about Moana here is 4/4 character. Just
exactly.
Super relevant challenger again that just says, you know what, if you turn your genie sideways again, well, won't get a chance to do that. Banished with Cinderella, but any of these characters, that might be quested with, Moana's going to do a pretty good job of keeping them in check.
Yeah, big body and also quest for 2. And of course, her ability, you can ink cards from your discard, like, hey, you put both of my Basils in the discard. Well, I'm just going to turn them into resources. So, having a think, we inked that, I can't even remember what it was now. I'm just so, oh my gosh, I'm so tense right now. It's really exciting. I'm so excited.
You're locked in.
I really am. As they are, we can see both our players are incredibly locked in.
Really interested to see what Fia opts to do this turn. We know that this is the kind of point in the game where the deck can have some very, very explosive turns. Let's deal some damage with Angel. Let's empty the hand. Let's draw some more. Whether it's with a dock, whether it's with with just playing a genie and drawing up again. This is where we start to get to the point of many, many game actions in one turn for Fia.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, notably, we've got that Donald Duck perfect gentleman on board, which at the start of their turn, each player may draw a card. So getting that extra card draw for both of them at the start of Kyle's turn.
Yep. So for Fia, and particularly with Angel in play, Fia will gladly accept extra cards. It means more snowballs for Angel to throw.
That is fodder for me.
Elsa coming down, exerting the perfect gentleman.
Maybe going to try and get rid of it. Those extra draws are not necessarily worth it. Nope.
Just going to challenge with both. And I wonder if we might see a discard here just to put 2 damage on the Moana, so that a trade back with the Angel wouldn't be good.
I mean, that honestly, I wouldn't blame her if she did. But
no, it totally depends what those cards in hand are. We can't see them right now. Of course, you don't want to throw away cards for effects like that if you don't know for sure that you're about to draw more. If if Fia doesn't have a dock, doesn't have a Demona, something like that, to get this draw engine going again, we do need to manage the resources quite carefully.
Of course, so we saw the T-Po challenge into the Angel there, go into the discard, and then immediately Kyle decided that that's what he was going to put into his Inkwell this turn. And then challenge with the Moana to try and get rid of that Christopher Robin. Ooh, 2 genies, but 2 different ones. Very nice.
2 different genies.
I love that.
Yep, a good turn there for Fia. Of course, at this sort of, what we've just seen there is the kind of turn where Kyle really turns the corner in the matchup, gains control of the board pretty fully in the form of now got a Moana, now got a Hades, managed to take care of what Fia had. Fia has to find some ways of sneaking some lore gain in now. The one problem versus last game, 8 is considerably lower than the sort of 18 that Fia was able to quest up to in the mid-game this time, so it's going to be a slower grind.
Oh, yes, and we've got that other Basil down now.
That was a very, very high impact discard from that Basil. So the Basil, whenever you ink, you can pay 1 to discard. Kyle plays the Basil, inks, pays 1, and Fia has to discard Dock, which is exactly what she wanted to play at the start of this turn. Before immediately drawing another Dock.
Oh my gosh!
Wow, into a genie.
She will have been so happy to see that little bold night. Oh my goodness.
Talk about a roller coaster of emotions. The first one hits the discard, and then you peel the second one.
On their faces. Wow, that was crazy. Just complete despair at it being discarded, and then complete just a joy at seeing another one immediately.
I tell you what, things like that happen to you at the stage like this in this tournament. You really start to feel, I wonder if it is written in the stars for me today. It is beginning to feel like my day.
Yes, definitely. Wow, okay. Boosting the Genie Magical Researcher there. So it will be able to quest for extra lore.
Yep, so now Fia in a position where we can start to think about just slowly ticking this genie up. We don't need to quest right away. Of course, it is an option. One of the things you have to be aware of is that genie 3 strength. It's not going to go away to an Under the Sea. We still need to be thinking very seriously about Malicious, Mean and Scary, Prince Philip. These are things that can happen in the game. So while you might otherwise be quite free to slowly tick up the genie, really, really delicate balance for Fia to strike.
Absolutely. So going back into Kyle's turn now. He's got the Hades and the Basil on board. Not terrible. They're both big bodies. They both quest for 2.
And we see Under the Sea. And it removes everything but Genie.
Okay, we're loving that Genie right now. Loving that Genie. Just checking what's going there under the deck. Of course, with Under the Sea, they do go to the bottom of your deck rather than into your discard.
Yes, and the player that controls Under the Sea gets to choose the order. So, yep, good practice for players there, just keeping that in mind, thinking, you know what, if we got to the bottom of the deck, this is the order I'd want you to draw them in. And another amazing draw for Fia finds Demona.
My gosh.
And Kyle both players having a laugh.
It really is her destiny
today. If you weren't thinking it's my day today on the top deck, now you must really be starting to think, you know what? I've got to this final by my own sheer skill at this game, but in terms of what we're finding here to get over the line, someone wants me to be at that European Championship.
This is wild. So 3 fresh cards in hand from the Demona. This is just, what a wonderful display. What a wonderful display.
It's a great draw, but I mean, worth noting, this game certainly isn't over. That Demona has drawn additional cards for Kyle as well.
Yes.
And, you know, when we start to get to this point in the game, the amount of ink that Kyle has, a couple of cards can have a complete flipping effect on the game.
Can be a complete game changer. So we'll see he's got a Cinderella in hand, we can see there.
What do we have? Vision. Let's see what we can find.
Visions of the future, right, Basil. Bend to my will. You're welcome. Visions of the future. Under the Sea.
Under the Sea would not be as impactful this time. I would have to assume that what Kyle's looking for here is a Prince Philip, or perhaps even a Malicious, Mean and Scary. Don't know which sides of that 2-card combo Kyle has in hand, but whichever one he doesn't have is what he's looking for. Finds neither here, so might be, you know, having to take something that's not optimal. I did think I saw another vision.
I think
could be the choice. Let's just have another look.
It hasn't been the first time I've seen that happen before. You know, you use a Visions to have a look at those cards, grab another Visions to then look at another 5 cards to really, really try and dig for exactly what you're looking for. I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to do that. If he's really looking for something specific, might be the choice.
Yeah, things have fallen very quiet here in the tournament. We really will need to monitor our volume as we talk about these choices. That's to me, not to you.
No, it's to both of us, let's be honest. Yeah, it is. Just the energy in the room right now is. You're right. It's so. Okay.
Here we go. You're welcome.
You're welcome on the Demona.
Now, what are we building into here?
I'm not sure.
This will be very interesting. I want to see what Kyle does with the rest of this turn.
He's got 3 cards in hand still. But of course now is giving Fia the extra 2 draws from the You're Welcome.
Yeah.
Clearly felt that it was worth it though. You got to get rid of that Demona. She's big.
Okay, we see at least a Prince Philip in Kyle's hand.
Okay. So Fia now with 4 cards in hand.
Plenty of options for Fia here.
There's that Cinderella that we saw before coming down, so he will be able to do that ability at the end of his turn if he wants to.
Yeah, and Basil and Hades both questing for 2, taking Kyle up to 13. Worth noting that what we've been talking about, all the back and forward in terms of cards in hand, controlling the board overall, Kyle getting well ahead in this law race. It's not going to be, you know, we're really looking at a couple of turns until Kyle can end the game. Yeah.
So Kyle rocketing up to 13 law there, and Fia still only on 8. But we do know, I mean, she did a wonderful display of getting a lot of law very, very quickly in the first game. So maybe we'll see that again. But I don't know. I think she's got 2 cards under that genie now.
Yeah.
So there is some potential high questing there, but may not be worth. She might not want to risk him, of course. Lots of big bodies in Kyle's board that could deal with it. So
thinking back to that You're Welcome turn there, suddenly looking at the Lord totals, it starts to make a lot more sense. Good heads-up play from Kyle's side of the board. Demona is the character in play. You know, it is threatening to quest for 2. Kyle's more concerned about it, challenging Basil back or challenging Hades and clearing his board. He says, you know what? You can draw some cards. I think you're going to have a hard job removing Hades and Basil.
yeah, absolutely. So really taking our time here. We encourage this. You know, high stakes here. They've got to take some time. You've got to really, really think about your plays here. Think about your options and choose. Make the right decision.
Yeah, we've seen multiple times across the course of the weekend. Situations may appear very bad for you. It might start to feel like the game is lost. We've seen players take their time, good methodical play, good decision making, find a way back into games that felt almost unwinnable.
Yes, yes, definitely. And it's also, you know, it's really exciting being in this final. Obviously, it's exciting being in this final regardless. Yeah. But also, you know, we saw right at the start this morning, we had the results from the DLC in Melbourne this weekend, and the Emerald Amber Chroma Dogs came out on top. And so, you know, and we had several of those decks here in our top cut, but not in our finals. So it's really fun to be seeing some different decks here as well.
Yes, it's really, I mean, you know, if you have the same deck win 2 big tournaments in the same weekend, then you really start to think, okay, this is your new top contender. Well, what we're seeing here is actually the format still has the capacity to be pretty diverse. There are lots of decks in contention for that top spot.
Yes, absolutely. And I did see someone in our chat. I'm trying to glance at our chat now. Hi chat on the stream. I did see someone say, "Hey, this Amethyst Steel deck is making me think about playing it.
Yeah,
making me think about playing this meta again." So
I'm right there with you, chatter. Yeah, I'm thinking about that quite a lot.
I love this build. I remember when I was preparing in the previous format, when I was preparing for the Wakefield CCQ that both you and I casted, I was playing a lot of an Amethyst Steel build. Obviously, didn't have the new Winter Spell cards because they weren't in existence yet. But I really, really enjoy an Amethyst Steel deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And just look at how this Angel works in combination with cards like Cheshire Cat as well. We were just remarking on how difficult it is to effectively remove those characters like Basil. Combination of those cards finds a way right away. And, you know, there comes Prince Philip. No malicious, mean and scary, but it is going to remove the damaged genie.
Yes.
And probably, you know, that's relevant, of course, taking care of that damaged genie. But the most important part about this Prince Philip here is it's a 6/6 evasive quest for 3 character.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And as we saw earlier, we saw a Vanquisher of Foes shifted on top of a Vanquisher of Foes, which was hilarious when it happened, I must say. I don't think I've seen that happen before. But honestly, you know, because of course it is a high costing card if you don't shift it. So, you know, if you really want to you know, have that ability do its thing, but you don't have enough ink, that is a way to do it.
Yep, Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, is a valid shift target for Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, as we have seen. I wonder if we'll see again. But yeah, now Fia in a position where she has to remove, you know, both of these characters, both of the exerted characters on Kyle's side of the board. Kyle going to quest for 3 with Prince Philip. That's the toughest one to remove. However, Fia moving within reach of a Strength of a Raging Fire on that for 6. Yes. All depends on what is drawn from this dock right here.
Absolutely. A wonderful dock that I'm sure she will have been very happy to see.
Now, there could be an option to see some more cards this turn for Fia. We don't know what's drawn there. However, I was going to suggest that Ola that we challenged with Olaf, but I think it was just played this time.
Yes, I think so.
Would
have been nice.
I have a keen sense for banishing my own Olaf and bouncing docks. However, got carried away. Yes, banish that thought for now.
No, I love it. I am really, really, really keen to see what these 2 cards are. There's a Benger there, discarding to deal the damage to, and another Benger. Just 2 Bengers.
Place the Benger. Okay, right.
Oh my God.
Incredible sequence that Fia's gone for there.
Wow.
Leaving the Prince Philip damaged, putting the two damage on there while finding it to empty the hand so that Angel has resist, so that we can challenge with Angel without losing the Angel. Now Kyle only able to quest to 19, while Fia presents a really strong board. We've got an active Cheshire Cat, we've got an active Angel. The Prince Philip already has 2 damage on it. There are some ways for Fia to come back into this game, which did not seem possible just a turn ago.
Absolutely, and we have seen her do this already on the feature table in previous rounds, and she really just, I mean, all of our top players here so incredibly good.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm like, words are escaping me because I'm so impressed at all of these players, and just, you know, but we've seen her really think about the best plays and choose some incredible options in all of these games that we've seen her play. And she's got such a big board now that she didn't have moments ago.
No, so let's think about some of the outs for Kyle here. Something like an Under the Sea would take care of all of those characters played last turn, Genie, Olaf, Doc and Benja. However, very notably, it would leave Cheshire Cat and Angel in play, which is just, because we've got a damaged Cheshire Cat and an Angel, it would be just enough to move damage from Cheshire Cat onto Prince Philip and discard a card to Angel to remove. So, you know, if Kyle went for a hard cast Under the Sea there, Fia would have been able to quest to 19 with the Prince Philip, but Fia would have still been able to remove it next turn. That has to be on Kyle's mind.
Yes, definitely. So we can see Kyle's put down that Basil, Undercover Detective, which when you play this character, you may return chosen character to their player's hand. And so he was taking a moment and he's decided to return the Angel. Do you think that was the best?
It's very difficult to say,
It
because
is difficult.
whichever character you return to hand, you still leave a damaged character in play. I mean, I think
and you don't want to return the Cheshire Cat because it does have cards under it.
If the Cheshire Cat did not have cards under it, it would absolutely be the pick.
Yes, and you don't, of course, want to choose Doc.
No.
You don't want to choose Olaf, because then, of course, Olaf's ability would be triggered there if Olaf was returned, because it's just when it leaves play, so she would then be able to return, for example, her Doc, which, of course, he wouldn't want. So, yeah, that was a really tricky decision. I understand playing the Basil, though, because, of course, he also has his secondary ability, Interfere. Whenever he quests, chosen opponent discards a card at random.
Yes.
So he's potentially, Kyle is thinking, I really want to try and get rid of those cards in her hand before she can play them.
Lore totals just being updated there.
Oh, yes.
Quite important to note that Kyle quested to 19 last turn.
Yep, we were unaware. Whoopsie. Sorry, chat.
The Angel played again for Fia.
Yep. So she's on 8 lore. She obviously doesn't have enough on board. Can she deal with both the Prince Philip and the Basil?
Oh, I wonder, is Fia about to do my favourite thing in the game? Quest with Olaf, quest with Doc. I think this might be a discard to Angel. Target my own Olaf, return Doc to hand.
I think you...
Yes. Yes. This makes me...
Oh my gosh, she's doing it. She's doing it. She's doing it.
Makes me so happy on a soul level.
Yes.
Two more cards for Fia.
Wow. That was awesome.
So, I mean, it's a great creative line. However, the success of it does come down to what was drawn there.
Yes, I mean, of course, but it was really cool to watch.
Genie,
okay.
Last chance at finding strength of a raging fire.
She's shaking her head. I don't think she's seen what she needs to get. I don't think she's seen it.
Let's go to a game 3.
Game 3, okay.
Game 3 is on.
That was so cool to see, though. That was awesome.
Really good. Well, I mean, whatever happens from here, I could be very happy that I saw an Angel activation to target Fia's own Olaf, return Doc, play Doc again, draw 2 cards.
Definitely. And you're right, an incredibly creative way to utilize the abilities of all of these characters that we've got. And, you know, I love when players use those creative lines.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Using those abilities in unconventional ways.
Yeah.
I think it's so fun. I think it really, it's just so fun. I love it.
It's what transforms a good deck into an exceptional deck.
Yes, exactly.
Every single one of those cards is good in its own right. Olaf, Doc, and Angel, all extremely playable cards individually, and yet together we see the 3 of them completely synergize to enable a truly unique and creative line, that is where the edge for truly exceptional decks comes from.
Absolutely. So, if you are just joining us on the stream, we are in our final here at the CCQ in Leicester with Axion now. We have Kyle Wilson on Emerald, Sapphire, and Fia White on Amethyst, Steel, both having won a game here. So we're going into our third match, and the energy in this room is palpable. Is that the right word? You're the writer. I don't know.
It is palpable, yes.
Nice, yay.
You know, when it gets down to this level, our voices come down a level. We're reasonably close into the game. We don't want to reveal, especially for this third game. Very important that we don't reveal any information. So if we sound a bit muted, chat, that's why we don't want to give anything away.
They are not too far. They're across the other side of the room, but it isn't too far. We really, really don't want to hear us. So we are going to be speaking in hushed tones. And someone in the chat has just said, LD, you're a writer?
Oh, yes.
I revealed it.
By day.
And by day. And by night.
By night, I cast this game.
Yeah.
Record a podcast and play it as well.
Us creatives, we have to do everything. So, right, doing our mulligan here. Very important choices that these players have to make.
Full 7 back for
Oh my
Kyle.
gosh, it was.
That tells a pretty clear story to me. That
Bad
says
hand,
no,
bad hand, bad
no
hand.
TPO, no sale. We have to find one of those, so the full 7 go back to find it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I can see a lot of chat in stream, in talk in the chat. People debating on different lines that Fia could have made to try and get rid of the whole of Kyle's board. I'm not sure if she had those options, but
yeah, well, I mean,
when
the board state gets that complex, it can be, you know, there are always some creative things to be found, and I try not to. It's a very, very delicate balancing act you have to play with reviewing your own games. One of the best things you can do to improve as a player is watch your own games back or speak to friends that observed and hear what you could do differently. However, it can be, you know, you're walking a bit of a tightrope there. You don't want to spend too long labouring over your losses, and certainly when you're playing a high-stakes match, you don't want to end up beating yourself up too much about a small mistake you made.
Definitely not. I am. Anyone who knows me personally knows that I am absolutely awful for beating myself up, and I have done it with this game where I have somehow managed to do quite well in like a set championship or something, and I found myself in the top cut. Somehow, I don't know how, and I've made lots of silly mistakes that I've then been told I made afterwards, and I feel bad about it. So yeah, you've got to be careful. It's a fine line, you know. Don't beat yourself up too much.
So, Fia starting off there, no one-cost character. That is not how Fia wants to start the game.
Not a strong start.
Notably, this is one of those matchups where it...
Also no one drop for Kyle.
Small saving grace there. I think it's...
They're in the same boat.
This is one of those matchups where it's not quite so important to hit every part of 1, 2, 3 strength, because you're not having to hit that break point of 4 damage on your 4th turn to remove things like Cheshire Cat, like Genie, Magical Researcher. It's not so important that you do that. You can afford to miss a small piece, and it doesn't change your game plan too much. However, going first, what Fia wants to do, ASAP, start questing.
Yes, and so we saw that TPO come down for Kyle, getting that all-important ink wrap that Sapphire does so well. But yeah, as we said, both players in the same boat, didn't get their 1-drops, I mean, yeah, obviously we're very early in the game, but could go either way.
Yeah, you might think it's a lot more, you know, the 1-drop is a lot more critical to Fia's deck. However, we'll notice a significant difference in what Kyle can do now. As a result of missing that Basil on turn 1, there would be an open challenge by supporting the TPO into Christopher Robin. There is now not that option.
Yes, and we see that Fia just played the Giant Cobra and did discard. I think it's a dock she discarded. Yeah, doesn't want that dock just yet. Maybe she has another one in hand to get that 2 lore, and then quested also with Christopher Robin going up to 4 lore.
Tells another quite clear story, that one, I would say. Certainly would expect there to be a dock in Fia's hand after that choice.
Yes, I would say so. But you really don't want to see more than 1.
No.
Not early game.
1 is the exact number. And if you're going to see 2, you want the second one to come as a draw off the first one. That's how I like my docks, evenly spaced by 2 cards in the deck. That's what you want to see.
I like my docs like I like my coffee. Evenly spaced.
Does that work?
I don't know, but I said it.
I won't question it too much.
So shooting up to 7 lore there
Yes.
for Fia, questing with that Christopher Robin and with the Giant Cobra.
Yeah, discarding a card to Angel there to deal 2 damage to Tipo and get it off the board, which you might think, Tipo, not a high priority target. Is it worth discarding a card? Well, the difference is that this turn, now Kyle doesn't have a direct challenge available into the Christopher Robin. Tipo plus Donald Perfect Gentleman would have taken care of that Christopher Robin.
Yeah.
This decision to discard a card to Angel could effectively buy Fia 2 more lore, which is certainly worth discarding a card.
Absolutely. Definitely. Very astute choice for Fia there. And I do not blame her. And of course, they are still both getting that additional draw from the Perfect Gentleman. But I'm okay. We're going to develop your brain for Kyle. See what those cards are.
Yeah, I see what they are, but I really don't want to say it out loud.
I know, I'm really scared.
The event hall really is getting quite quiet now.
It's so quiet in here. It really is so. Yeah, sorry. Please do mind us, chat. Just talking in hushed tones over here.
Don't want to give anything away.
Definitely not. Definitely
I
not.
think of those 2 cards, I think the stream would have been able to see it. I certainly know which one I would be choosing.
Yes.
So Kyle has a tough choice to make now. What do we do with this remaining 4 ink this turn? Ideally, we want to play a 4 ink character so that we can start to get a few more singers active. Is there something like a Cinderella available? Doesn't seem like
Can't
it.
quite tell. Don't think so. Yeah, tough decisions here. I mean, I really don't know which way this is going to go. I mean, obviously, very early game, but still, I mean, Kyle on 0 lore, Fia on 7. We're getting another Donald Duck down,
Yes.
Perfect Gentleman here, with his nice little flowers.
Absolutely. So this might influence Fia's decisions next turn. Now that we know, You're Welcome being sung. What are we gonna get rid of Angel here? Would have to assume so.
Important decision, important decision.
Yeah, Angel getting shuffled back in. Fia going to draw 2 cards. And one of the things that is going to be on Fia's mind now is simply making sure that whatever board she builds isn't too soft to Under the Sea.
No, absolutely, yes. Because we did see that Kyle does have an Under the Sea in hand.
Yep.
Which not going to be great for Fia. Get rid of that. It would get rid of that Christopher Robin. The Giant Cobra would be fine, but yeah, she doesn't want to see that Christopher Robin go just yet.
No, so at this point, you're more than happy to You're Welcome a high priority target like that Angel, which again doesn't seem like it would be a high priority target in the matchup, but we've seen the full extent of what it can achieve, which is quite a lot. I'm happy to do that because we know that with 2 Donald Duck Perfect Gentlemen, there's going to be lots of card draw going on for both players.
Oh, yes.
So at this point, it almost becomes, sounds very, very odd to say, but the number of cards in hand becomes less relevant. It's kind of like you get to a point where low cards in hand means that your number of cards is the resource you're constrained on. Right now, the resource Fia is constrained on is ink. At this point where you only have access to 4 ink, 5 ink per turn, 3 cards in hand is equal to 6 cards in hand in terms of what you're going to be able to do. More options is good, of course, but there are only so many actions you're going to be able to take within a single turn.
Absolutely, and I saw someone in chat say, those Donalds are so incredibly helpful for Fia. Of course, they're helpful for both players.
Yes.
But yeah, very helpful for Fia, much to Kyle's chagrin, I'm sure.
And
getting rid of it, though. Getting rid of one of them.
Another great heads-up decision from Fia there, choosing to challenge one of the Donalds instead of simply questing, saying, you know what, I have to take your ability to sing down a little bit. We have to just apply the brakes. We don't want an untimely Under the Sea or similar.
Oh, yes, definitely not.
Now to see what Kyle may opt to do.
Difficult situation for Kyle here. Not much on board,
Tough
and
choices.
Fia has managed to build up a somewhat a decent sized board relatively quickly there.
Really, really good, what I describe as spread of threats as well on Fia's side of the board. Good mix of strengths. Some cards that would go away to an undersea, some that wouldn't. Some cards that must be answered because they draw cards. Some that are just well-sized. A very good blended board, which makes the opponent's decisions even tougher. What is the high priority target here? What can we actually achieve in this turn? Do we need to answer the Yzma right now? Can we afford to not do that for one turn? So we see a malicious, mean and scary going to deal that last point of damage to Christopher Robin while putting a damage on Yzma and Captain Hook.
And then finishing off the Giant Cobra with the Donald Duck there. We did see that Shift Clarabelle go into Kyle's Inkwell. Probably not the best card to have played this turn anyway, so, you know, just...
So this could be a really high velocity turn for Fia. We do have the option to use that Yzma this turn.
We do.
Question is, what's the sequencing going to look like in the run-up to that? We want to find some ways of emptying that hand out so we can activate, see some more cards.
Absolutely.
It would be another good spot for an Angel.
Got 3 cards in hand.
There's a Genie.
There's a Genie, and still 3 cards in hand now.
Genie, a fantastic card in most situations. Not the greatest here.
No.
Well, one thing Fia can opt to do.
Oh,
we don't
4
have,
cards in hand.
We don't have to activate Yzma this turn. We can wait a turn.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough for Kyle to find an answer again in the following turn. Why not?
Yeah.
Slow, methodical play. Let's play Genies. Let's just build the board a little more.
Keep her there.
Keep that high priority target there. If you're removing Yzma, you're not removing Genies.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, try and keep her there. Using the Captain Hook to get rid of that other Donald Duck there. And
gonna sing strength on the Basil as well.
That's why. Oh my
gosh. Playing a dock. Last card, drawing 2. Fantastic line that Fia's found there.
Absolutely.
And recognising it, you know what, against an empty board, of Kyle's deck with an empty board, that Yzma can only be answered by something, I was going to say, can't really be answered by much, nothing has rush. Basil, one of the few options, it would be Basil or Hades that would be able to take care of it that turn. But Fia, not too unhappy about that, still with a good number of cards in hand after that dock at the end of the turn, and some active questers going here in Dock and Genie.
Truly putting that Yzma back on. Oh my goodness. Putting that Yzma back down. Then a Christopher Robin. Then a Captain Hook. Quest with the Genie up to 9. My goodness gracious me.
Yeah, Fia recognising that we're going into Kyle's 8 ink turn here, which is crucially not a 9 ink turn. That line of Sing, Malicious, Mean and Scary into play Prince Philip is not an option. Hardcast Under the Sea is an option, which is found and is, you know, going to take care of most of that board, but it won't take care of the Yzma. Still an option at the start of the next turn to lead off by playing something, then drawing 3 cards.
Definitely. I mean, that's a tough one, of course. Fia did just play all of those cards, and then, of course, knowing that Kyle was going to have enough ink.
A second one for follow-up.
My goodness.
Fia draws the full 3. This is perfect Yzma value.
Absolutely. Unfortunate to have lost all of those characters to the Under the Sea,
but done in a really nice measured way where you know what? An Under the Sea is going to come eventually. It's probably not going to be great, but at least you can have that active Yzma ready afterwards to continue rebuilding.
Absolutely, and I do believe that Kyle now has 0 cards in hand. Rough position to be in.
Going to have to challenge one Yzma with a second one ready to activate. Yeah. Suddenly the picture looks quite good for Fia again.
It really, really does. And as you can see, you know, both these players have done incredibly well this weekend. Kyle Wilson and
Cobra, discard Palace Guard. 2 more law on the board for Fia.
Up to 12. Kyle's still only on 2. But both these players, incredibly fierce players this weekend.
The turnover. What does Kyle find from the top of the deck? Cheapo, that's not the one.
No, that's not what you want to see.
Gonna quest. Now, questing here is going to discard the last card, which was a strength. Now there are two active Yzmas this turn for Fia. We could be about to see a lot of cards.
This is crazy. Such a difficult position for Kyle to be in.
Let's start with a Yzma.
The entire room just exploded when that third Yzma came down.
And we can really see the full
Fia shaking her head in disbelief.
full emotional weight of this moment starting to catch up with Fia now.
Wow.
Going to quest with one Yzma. With this number of ink, you know, and Under the Sea's not going to do it. All those Yzmas has 3 strength. What does Kyle draw? Game on for Fia. Fia is your winner.
My God, Fia White is your champion.
Well
the room
done,
is exploding. Well done, Fia. So incredibly well played from both players here. But truly unbelievable, Steve. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is crazy.
So rarely have I been so impressed by a single player's skill throughout a tournament as I have with Fia White in this tournament. Right from the first game we featured in the top 16.
Yes.
Incredible decision making at every single turn. Seeing lines I just had no hope of seeing.
I don't know if you can hear that. The crowd are cheering. This is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so I think we're going to try and bring Fia in for an interview with you, Jen, very, very soon.
I think we're going to go and try and grab her for an interview,
until then, what an incredible run through this tournament. 1 loss picked up all weekend long. Razor sharp Amethyst Steel play. That is not a favoured matchup in that final, but Fia finding a way through.
Just absolutely smashed it. And as you said, I'm just so incredibly impressed. You really, it's hard to fault any of her decisions through any of the matches that we made. You're correct. Like, it's just, she's just played so well. They've all played so well, but wow.
Anything that Fia did that didn't make sense to me made sense the turn after, and I realised I was the one that was wrong.
I love that. I love that. Absolutely wonderful display there.
I'm gonna hop.
And we've got her. She is coming
I'm gonna
in.
hop out so
Am
Fia
I
can come on
staying in
in.
this chair? I'm staying in this chair apparently. I'm going to scooch in a little bit. We are going to hear from Fia momentarily for a little interview. I am so excited. I'm literally, oh no. I'm getting emotional. This is You've done so incredibly well. You've done so well. Should we pop this headset on her, guys? Yeah, if you wouldn't mind just popping that headset on for me, because then we can hear your lovely voice. Oh my goodness. Well done. We're emotional here. We were just saying, we're just such an impressive player you are. Like, we were so blown away by, we would say every single decision you made was just correct. Everything you did in every game that we saw you play was perfect. I mean, just how are you feeling?
Just overwhelmed.
Yes.
Between the games and just the constant support from everyone. Just the Lorcana community really is just something special.
Truly, isn't it just? My goodness. And I must say, we have had, I can't not point out, you're a woman.
Yeah, proud to be.
Absolutely. Like, we have had a winner of a CCQ previously, I believe, from Germany, who was a woman. But you are the first UK female winner of a tournament this size. And you get to hold that. You get to have that. That is just so incredible. And I can't congratulate you enough. It's absolutely amazing. And you also get this, which I must apologize because we have had a look at it a couple times. So it's got my fingerprints on it, but this is yours.
Thank you.
I'm giving Fia the trophy, just for those who can't see. That's yours. And I'm not going to touch it anymore because I don't want to get my grubby mitts on it. But yeah, like and you go into the European Championship.
Yeah, I've not really.
I
didn't even look at pricing for this.
Really? We've been looking at the pricing all weekend. We've been looking at the pricing. No. Like, that's crazy. So you've not looked at it.
My aim for this whole year was to make day 2 at a big event. And then since I made that, I already felt like I won. So I was literally just like, it's just another game. I just want to, I've already won. So yeah, no, I actually have won.
Oh my gosh. Made day 2. Absolutely smashed it in every single game. Only 1 loss. Yeah. Like, you're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. And I can tell you have worked so incredibly hard. You must have practiced tirelessly.
And just so thankful to everybody in the community that has practiced with me. I mean, first, my partner,
Please.
10 out of 10,
Yeah.
has run hundreds and hundreds of games with me over our Lorcana journey. We've been playing for, I think, just over a year, started set 6.
Wow.
With properly playing. So just 10 out of 10. And then even Kieran, if anybody knows him, Voidrix, was up with a load of the Invasion team last night, practicing in the Airbnb, running matches with me, including Green Blue about 10 times.
Wow.
Just so that if I saw it again today, I'd be prepped.
You knew what to do.
So,
and you knew what to do. And you were prepped, and you absolutely smashed it. And I'm not going to keep you for long, because I know you've got amazing friends and family and supporters here who want to see you. You've got your I'm not going to keep you. And also, if I keep you for too long, I am going to cry again, because I'm so overwhelmed by this. But I just, congratulations. I'm so blown away, truly, truly. And we all are so impressed. Nods all around, claps all around. So impressed with you. You're such a fearsome player, and I really, really, really hope that we get to see so much more from you, which we will. You're going to the European Championship, right? You know that now.
What does that entail?
I have no idea, but you've got it.
I've had so much support from so many incredible players, like Reese, Atlantis, Dave, Kieran, just so many incredible players have been here and helped me. I got through today and I was just like, right, I'm in top 16, that's open decklist. What do I do? Well, help me. I was just like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
So just thank you to all of them, to everyone, for the friends that lent me cards to be here, for my parents for watching today, despite not knowing anything about Lorcana.
Thank you. You're all amazing. Keep it going. Keep it going. You got your girl Fia here. Fia White, well done. Congratulations. I'm going to let you go, but thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with us. And I'm not sure exactly what we're doing now. I think Steve might be coming back in. So you're relinquished. You're relinquished. Well done. Seriously. Oh my God. Yes, oh my God, take it. There's foam. There's foam for it. Oh my goodness gracious me. Right, LD, come join me. Oh my gosh.
Incredible, what a moment.
I wasn't expecting to get emotional there. But yeah, we can hear the support as Fia heads out there. She's got her trophy. She's got her invite to European Championship. She also gets all of that other incredible prizing. And I'm so...
Yeah, it's...
Talk for a bit. I'm so emotional.
An incredible weekend of games we've had here. We just want to extend some thanks as we come towards the end of our stream. Thank you so much to our hosts, Axion, now for putting on this event. It has been phenomenal. What an incredible venue. We must talk about, again, Leicester City Football Club.
Yeah, we're at the stadium. We're not in the stadium. We're at the stadium. We're not in it. Well, obviously.
We're not on the pitch.
No,
imagine
if we were. That would be crazy.
I think that might not work, but it would be sort of cool.
It's fine, but yes, you're correct.
I never thought I'd be commentating something in a Premier League football ground. But,
no.
So super cool venue, super great event. Thank you so much to all of the production team.
Yes,
Will and Bears behind the scenes that have done a fantastic job of supporting us all weekend long. To all the judges and staff that have helped facilitate this incredible event, the tournament organisers, all of the people on site that have made this such a wonderful weekend for everyone. And somebody else that we have to thank is Baker.
Of course.
Come in. Thank you.
Come on in, buddy.
Thank you for casting with us, Baker.
Thank you, guys. You've been amazing.
Thank you. It's been wonderful. Thank you, Steve. Yep. Thank you, Baker. Thank you, team. It really has been such a wonderful weekend. And just from all of us here, thank you also for watching, for sticking with us. We really hope you've enjoyed it. We've seen some incredible matches this weekend, truly. And what a way to end this weekend with our champion, Fia White. My goodness.
Absolutely.
I'm thrilled.
As Baker mentioned a couple of times across the weekend, it's always about when is the next opportunity to play. And the one thing we can say for sure as we wrap up, 2 weekends' time, DLC in Ghent. See you there.
Yeah, see you there, hopefully. Bye.
Bye-bye.